All right, we are now live. Thank you everyone for joining and welcome to GraphQL Contributor Days. We usually do this via in person, but given the times, it's so exciting to see everybody after so long. It's been really great to see everything that's been happening within the GraphQL community. I'm gonna go ahead and let's see if I can share my screen really quickly. 1 second. Okay, there we go. Okay, yes. So this is GraphQL Contributor Days, and we're really excited to host this with Hasura, this.media and Hasura. So special thanks again to this.labs, who, is my company. We do JavaScript consulting, have been doing a lot of GraphQL lately. I'm really passionate about sharing it with our clients. And we also spend a lot of time in the community kind of, doing GraphQL meetup with Eve. And we just recently hosted GraphQL Enterprise Connect as well with PayPal Braintree, and always excited to be co-hosting and with Hasura. So I don't know if Tyler or Tanma, you guys want to say a little bit about Hasura real quick.
Sure, absolutely. Thanks a lot, Tracy, and super excited to be here again. It's been a while. I'm Tyler and me are here from the Hasura side, and we'll be helping moderate the discussion today, fairly open-ended discussion today. Hasura is an open source startup where we have a open source GraphQL engine. You should check it out on GitHub. Let us know what you think. We'll get into details, talk about a lot of interesting things that are happening with GraphQL. I'm looking forward to exchanging notes and insights, and of course, hearing about kind of what's been happening over the last year since we last caught up with everybody.
Mm-hmm. Yes, and before I wanted to go into this, by the way, I just wanted to remind everybody of code of conduct. So please make sure to follow code of conduct. Be nice to each other. No idea is a bad idea. Let's all share and learn from each other today. It's not very often that we all get together and do this. And another thing is, because this is Zoom, we might have some friends that join who need to be kicked out. So hopefully that doesn't happen, but apologies in advance if that does happen. So again, Tanma and Tyler from Hasura, and then myself from this dot. Okay, and we also have a lot of really amazing special guests today. So
oh my God.
Really excited to have you all. And over here as well. So really amazing people. And you guys have all, just been such a great part of the GraphQL community. So again, it's great to just take some time and chat together and have some conversations around this. And this was one of the reasons why we started GraphQL Contributor Days as well. It was because we really wanted to just kind of, again, just throw a bunch of interesting people in a room, because I think a lot of really interesting conversations and a lot of different community related movements have come from these types of events. And, can't go to the conferences right now, so what better way to do so? Topics to be discussed. Tyler added a few more topics, but generally speaking, we'll probably be going like half an hour each in these topics, maybe a little bit longer. Again, it's a pretty casual conversation. So, we'll just kind of like let it go as it is, but it'll be, what's new with GraphQL, authorization and security patterns, GraphQL microservices, et cetera, et cetera. Tyler and Tanma, did you want to talk about the agenda at all?
Nope, all good. We'll dive into each of these topics, and I'll set a little bit of context, and then of just as for our usual format of just open-ended discussions. That's what we'll have.
Yeah, sounds great. Awesome. Well, let's go ahead and get started.
All right. So yeah, welcome again, everybody. This we've often nicknamed GraphQL contributor days. Well, the contributor days, as I've done this a bunch of times. We're just calling it like a GraphQL therapy group. So it's a good time to discuss all of the things that are happening in GraphQL, what's missing in GraphQL, what we want, what we want to see more of, what kinds of problems, and so anyway, I think considering that we're a bunch of us here, as we kind of start talking about different topics, would love for anybody who's kind of as they start speaking to just do a quick introduction as well, and then kind of launch into the conversation, so that way we can have like gradual introductions and then get into the topic as well. So if we're talking about something and if you'd like to talk about something, just before you get into it, just if you could do a quick introduction for people who are watching and who are tuning in, that'd be super helpful for them as well. And then of course we can talk about it. I think the first topic for us today was just to kind of get a quick update on what's been up with GraphQL, the GraphQL Spec, GraphQL Foundation updates, new things that have been happening in the GraphQL org, and discussing that a little bit. So I'd love to have Ivan kick things off a little bit with kind of how things have been at the GraphQL Foundation, any key updates, and then of course we'll do a quick conversation and a few slides that I think Rob will be talking about regarding defer and stream to kick things off. And then of course, if we have questions for each other, we can discuss that as well. So Ivan, would you like to kick things off with a quick summary of what's new with GraphQL and what's been happening with the GraphQL Foundation projects and stuff that you've been looking at over the last year?
Yeah. Hi, my name is Ivan, and I help to maintain some of GraphQL projects. And so for Foundation, there is a bunch of technical things, but most importantly, we figuring out how to onboard more core contributors and how to encourage people to contribute. So we participate in Google Summer of Code, and right now we participate in Season of Dogs. And Caroline wrote a frequently asked questions section. So it's right now, if you go to graphql.org, there is a new frequently asked question. And by the way, the entire site was rewritten in Gatsby by the guild. So big thanks to Uri for that. And so it's about site. Another thing, more groups spun out. For example, subgroups. So we have main GraphQL working group and main spec. In addition to that, a couple of years ago, I wrote GraphQL over HTTP spec. And after a long period of figuring out how to onboard more specs, it's finally part of Foundation. So hopefully we will have like standardization and like unification on HTTP layer for GraphQL HTTP transport layer. Yeah, it's still in like very early draft. So if you're interested in helping with that, there is like GraphQL or HTTP repo on the GraphQL organization. You can contribute there like by reviewing PR or adding stuff. I think it was the first non-Facebook project that was added to GraphQL Foundation. After that, Prisma donated GraphQL Playground. And another big thing, technical steering committee, Lee and Foundation actually started Bootstrap technical steering committee. So it's now official. Idea is that most of decision is made by consensus. But if we in like tie break, if we cannot find consensus, there is like 10 people who can help finding that. If you're interested in like list, it's under GraphQL working group repo. There is like a markdown document with a list of people there. Another thing, we have like GraphQL.js, and Uri helped to start GraphQL.js working group. and we have like once a month call to figure out how to, like, hot topic right now is to rewrite everything to TypeScript. Yeah, because like entire JavaScript ecosystem moving into TypeScript, so we want to do the same and figure out how to have more contributors and how to distribute work. I think Uri is also helping with like marketing part, so maybe Uri have something to say about like marketing side of GraphQL Foundation and similar stuff. So main idea is that GraphQL Foundation and Spec and like entire community was in good shape technically. So maybe it's my personal opinion, but I always thought biggest challenges is not technical, because Spec was in great shape when Facebook donated it. They rewrote it and fixed stuff before donating it. But what's the biggest challenge for foundation and for like core ecosystem is to figure it out how to onboard people and how to distribute work and grow as a like a core community.
That's that sounds awesome, Ivan. Thank you. And you know, Uri would love to hear from you, kind of what's been happening with GraphQL JS. You know, what's active with GraphQL JS, what you're looking forward to, and a quick rundown of that as well. And then, of course, as Ivan suggested, it'd be great to hear what kind of marketing things and community outreach things you have planned for the GraphQL Foundation projects and stuff like that. And if you can share that with us.
Yeah, thanks. So first of all, I mean, Ivan covered most of it. Ivan was there, I think, for years now, doing so much work, both on the spec and on GraphQL JS and like basically everything. And everything was like on Ivan. Ivan, I think, was like, still now, I think, is like probably the person who's done the most actual work on the foundation's let's call it foundation assets. So it's been amazing until now, and I think it's yeah. First of all, like big shout out to Ivan, like for everything that's happening until now and everything that's gonna happen. Like what we tried to do when joining the foundation was to kind of like maybe help, you know, get some more actual hands-on help on all kinds of things, and it's still a process. It's very hard, and there's a lot of knowledge and there's a lot of things, and you know, everything goes very, when you have something so delicate that is being used by so many people, it's very hard to move fast. But I think, you know, for anyone who's, you know, thought about contributing or thought about adding things and got, I don't know, got held back or got slowed a bit, I think now is a great time to come back. First of all, like Ivan said, like the TypeScript migration work is on its way, and there's PRs open, there's like a big discussion going on, and there's progress going on, and there's help needed. So anyone who wants to help on the GraphQL JS side, the TypeScript migration, like Ivan said, is, I guess, the, you know, the thing right now. And so if you need help, if you want to join the GraphQL working groups, the GraphQL JS working groups. I helped a bit, but Ivan is leading it in a great way. So yeah, come join us and talk to us and help us. On the marketing side, like Ivan mentioned, we kind of like wanted to unblock things on the GraphQL.org site. So GraphQL.org is the website that probably most people that start using GraphQL are going to end up in. And it's a great site, I might say. Like anything else that Facebook left for the foundation, it's a really great site and it's a really good thing. But it hasn't been changed a lot in the past couple of years. And now, thanks to like work that Ivan has been doing and work that like people from the Google Summer of Code and Google Summer of Docs and has been doing, we're kind of like picking it up again. And Arda from the Guild. So Arda from the Guild took the website and converted it to Gatsby. So now it's easier to contribute. And we're working on a new code page. So basically all the resources, like you have the page where you learn everything, and then you have the page where you actually want to look at libraries and assets and try things out. We updated it a lot. Hopefully it's going to be merged even this week. And the idea was to make it much more easy to find the things that work, the things that are maintained, and the things that are good for you when you want to start. So this is just the start, and I guess the main message is come help us. Like now the doors are open, and it's much easier to contribute. It's much easier to be part of everything, and if it's not easy for you, let us know so we can unblock more things.
That sounds awesome. Folks, if you have, please do feel free to jump in any time you have any questions about the GraphQL Foundation projects, the working group, stuff that's been actively worked on. It's great to have Uri and Ivan here to chat about that. One of the things that I had for you both, Uri and Ivan, is kind of if you could give us a quick rundown of the key kind of projects in the GraphQL Foundation, and which ones are the places where you need or you need kind of inviting active help from community, apart from the GraphQL JS project and stuff like that. If you have a quick summary of that, that'd be super helpful.
Yeah, so for Graphql, one of the earlier projects that started actively development is Graphql. So Ricky is doing a good job, and big shout out to Gatsby for allowing him to work on it as a company time. So I think Graphql in good shape. There is one actually abandoned project. It's called libGraphQL parser. It's for parsing GraphQL in C++ or in C. So it's it can be used in multiple languages. So if somebody want to volunteer there, he can basically start from there is no activity.
Or if somebody wants to rewrite it in Rust, right? Because that's if we're rewriting all the JavaScript projects to TypeScript, we've got to start rewriting all the C stuff to Rust. I mean, yeah, hey, that's got to happen. Yes.
Yeah, I think there is some useful stuff in having binary native GraphQL parsers that can be used by multiple languages. It's some guys from IBM volunteered at some point and did some work on it. But yeah, we're looking for active maintainers for that. Other than that, there is swap example, which is in good shape, but we need to migrate it to TypeScript also and clean it up. I think GraphQL Playground was donated by Prisma. So I think it's right now in archive state, or the idea is to archive it and to focus on Graphql 2.0. So, by the way, I think Ricky, every Tuesday, if you go to GraphQL ID repo, so it's called GraphQL ID. It's monorepo for language service protocol and for Graphql. And I think Ricky hosting some every Tuesday, or on some schedule he hosting calls on Twitch on how to contribute and how to get involved in this project. And there is many exciting sites. So if you want to volunteer and help on experiment with user interface of Graphql and with integrating VS Code, I think he have a plan for creating VS Code extension, official one, and stuff like that. So yeah, and another thing, there is spec repo, and there is some abandoned proposals. So for some of proposals, we actually agreed to move forward, but we lost a champion. So if you feel something that you're interested in is proposed already, but you go to PR and there is no like movement for like months or like years, you can like ping the original after, and if you don't respond or if you don't have enough time to volunteer, and it's like pretty straightforward process. We have like stages, and basically like requirement is to present this project on a working group, work on GraphQL.js implementation of this proposal, and receive feedback during working group and work on incorporating that feedback. So it's not something, it's not very hard. So if you want to influence like future GraphQL, you can like either create your own proposals or champion abandoned ones. Yeah, I think like it's everything. Plus, there is like some maintenance work, like migrating repo. If you see any repo still using Travis and not GitHub Actions, or if you see like some repo missing prettier or some other obvious stuff, or yes, lint like config, something like that, PRs are always welcome. It will increase maintainability. If you want to add something big and new, it's good to first open an issue and ask for feedback before working it. On the other hand, if you're okay with experimenting with a long road, it's always good to experiment and push GraphQL frontier forward. So like feel free to do any experiment. Like for example, stream and defer is still big feature, and we're still not sure about the final design, but we release like experimental package. Same can be done for experimental version, same can be done on other big proposals. So yeah, we're open to experiments.
That sounds awesome. And on that topic of deference stream, would love to have, I think, Rob and I think it's Liliana as well, talking about a little bit about deference stream. What's been up with that? How people can get started with that, and if you had like a quick overview to give to the folks here on deference stream, that'd be amazing.
Yeah, I'm just going to share my screen. I don't think I can share my screen.
Oh yeah, let me give you access. Actually, let's see. Can I give you access?
Any changes that we make to the Zoom configuration right now, or just
In the meantime,
moments of high tension?
in the meantime, I'll just want to give a shout out to Caroline Stronsky. I'm butchering her name, but she so if someone knows to pronounce it better than me, but please say. But she just merged her FAQ we talked about it into GraphQL.org, but we didn't mention her by name, and she has done like amazing job. And one of the places, like how I see that it makes easier to start to contribute is just start from nothing. Like, how did you start using GraphQL and what was your experience? And then, go through that experience again and see what you would change. And I think what she's done now is like amazing in that. Like, it's basically the most common questions everyone keeps asking everyone. And she just made a great job answering it on the GraphQL.org page. So, and I think it also makes it easier now to understand where to contribute and how to contribute. And so yeah, so big shout out to her.
That's awesome.
By the way, it's ongoing effort. So we still have 1 month for Google season of docs. And so if you have ideas for questions, you can send it to her, and we basically also figure out what questions to include in frequently asked questions. So Right now, it's just a first batch of questions. Right now, she's working on the second batch, and structure of like different sections of frequently asked questions. So if you feel like something is missing or want to suggest something, you can contact her through GitHub or issue or through Twitter.
I think Rob might be ready. We're going to have to go without slides, unfortunately.
Okay.
Or if you'd like to, Tracy, are you the host?
Yeah, I tried. We talked about it.
Okay.
Yeah, that's no problem. But yeah, I just wanted to give a little background on defer and stream. It's been talked about for a long time, but Liliana and I are working on getting it into the GraphQL Spec. If you haven't heard about it, it's the idea is it's a way to lower latency in your application with GraphQL, because right now you make one request to GraphQL. GraphQL is going to load all the data that you requested and give you back that one response. But defer and stream are ways to say that some data is not as high priority as the rest. And so instead, you can put defer on a fragment, and now GraphQL will load everything else that's not deferred, give you that when it's ready. And then as the fragment is ready, you can get that data. So that's useful if you have data that's expensive and it's not in the critical path of interactivity. You can get everything else as soon as it's ready, while the slower, more expensive stuff is loading in the background. Stream is similar. It's used for list fields. So you can say, I have this list of items and I'm going to pass an initial count to it of, let's say, 3. Then in the initial GraphQL response, you'll get the first 3 items, and everything else, as soon as it's loaded, that'll get sent over. And that's really good if you have a UI where you can only fit a few items above the fold. So you don't need to hold up rendering the visible content while the rest of the page is loading. And the idea is that you can use a chunked transfer encoded HTTP connection. So you don't need anything like WebSockets, just standard HTTP. It's just that the server will send a multi-part response where it'll send multiple payloads over the same connection. It'll just hold the connection open, and as each payload's ready, send the new one over. And we, as Ivan had mentioned, we're publishing an official release of GraphQL JS with defer and stream in it. And so I think it's published onto NPM with the tag experimental stream defer. So if you add that to your package JSON, you can try out the features. And you can find an issue on the GraphQL JS repo where we're looking for feedback. So we're hoping that like a lot of people can try it out and see if it works for them, see if any improvements that could be made or any issues they're running into, and let us know. And then that can give us some confidence to move forward and finally getting it into the spec. Yeah, so any questions about that?
I'm curious about the integration on the client side. Is there generation for TypeScript types and that sort of stuff?
There is with Relay. We use Relay at First Dibs where I work, and so it works really nicely with that. Relay has a concept where components in React are tied to fragments, and so if you defer a fragment, it'll cause that component to suspend, and then that fits nicely in with React suspense.
And is the client side support? Is it from kind of like a like building a client, or maybe like without using a GraphQL client, if somebody's using Fetch or something, or if the folks who are building GraphQL clients, if they have to add support for defer and stream, is it particularly involved, or is there a guide or something that folks can follow on being able to integrate with that?
Yeah, I mean, I think it could be more or less involved based on how the GraphQL client works. If it's a more complex one with the store and there's type generation, that definitely gets more complicated. I have a library that I use. We use it with Relay, but it's just a way to fetch GraphQL, and it gives you back a callback where each time one of these payloads come in, so you don't need to know how to parse the response.
Got it. And are there at least when you've been using Relay, are there any kind of interesting changes that you have to factor in as you're kind of updating or managing the local the local state or the local cache because of different stream, or do the semantics remain largely very similar to what was happening before?
I think it's pretty similar. Relay does have like a pretty deep integration with this feature, so it works well there. There's the concept of like a label where you pass that to the defer stream argument, and then the response returns with the label, and that's a way for clients to have like a good understanding of this piece of data is related to this specific defer in your query. Since you can combine defer and stream all over with each other nested and get a pretty complex response back.
That's awesome. Is anyone else using defer and stream or excited about using defer and stream for something that they're building?
So I'll just maybe mention so there's a bunch of people in the community, like some frameworks that build on top of GraphQL.js might not add those features like incredibly fast. But if you want to try it already, like there's a bunch of people in the community that already created the integrations. One interesting place to check out is there's a guy called Lauren Quast, and probably I'm butchering his name as well, that has GraphQL Bleeding Edge Playground, which uses basically, and all of the people that are actually involved in like the GraphQL over HTTP group, all the conversations there are really fascinating. So like if you can try it out with like GraphQL Helix or GraphQL WS, it's like all kinds of new libraries that are more bare bones, but also are more updated, and they're already integrated different stream with examples and all kinds of different transports, and it's very, very exciting. So I'll share the link here. I don't know if people get it, and probably Rob and Liliana knows better about like other places to link to, but for me it was very helpful to find a lot of like tools that you can use easily today to integrate it, even if you're not using Relay.
Yeah, and I think there's an implementation in the .NET GraphQL library, and I've heard that the Java implementation is working on it as well.
That sounds awesome. I had a question for you, Rob and Liliana. When you've been integrating kind of defer and stream, were there any other kind of changes or things that you had to think about from a kind of error handling point of view on the client side, or from a kind of API monitoring point of view? Did anything change from what you had before, or any tips that you would recommend to people as they kind of think about exploring defer and stream and then be integrating that with their application?
Yeah, so the biggest thing is, since you have to defer the fragment, we had to like reorganize a little bit our queries. So if it was like a query with a field that was slow, you'd have to extract that out, make it into a component, so its own fragment. So then, since we're using Relay knows to suspend that. So there was like a bit of refactoring that we had to do to get around that. Some of that is specific since we're using Relay, but I think you'd probably run into it at least enough that you'd have to extract a specific field into its own fragment, so you'd be able to defer it.
Got it. And are you using Stream as well for something in the application?
Not yet. That requires a little bit more moving things around and refactoring. So we haven't used Stream yet on production.
We've been testing it out though.
Yeah.
And for what type of a UI component or like whatever UI story is there for using Stream?
Yeah, so we're an e-commerce site, so a search browse page, listing of items, get the first, I don't know, 12 items that fit on above the fold, and then while the rest of them are loading.
Got it. And for both Defer and Stream, like were there interesting kind of integrations that you had to do with the however you're kind of delegating the actual fetching of the information? Are you delegating that to a REST API, or are you delegating that to a data source that you're fetching from? Were there interesting things that you had to do on that front, or anything of note that you'd like to share there on the building it or integrating it with the upstream data source?
With Defer, not really. It all just kind of, GraphQL does its like approach of just resolving all of the fields as it goes down the tree, and it will just fork off the execution when it encounters Defer and let that piece of data resolve independently. And you can do the same with Stream, but Stream really works well if you model your underlying data as an async iterable, where you can get each underlying item one at a time, and then so it's as like a side PR. We also have a PR for GraphQL.js to support returning async iterables in resolver functions. So you could write an async generator function and yielding each item as it comes in, and then that will get proxied through and return to the client in the Stream results.
Got it. Now that makes sense. Yeah, folks, did anybody else want to talk about Defer and Stream a little bit before? Maybe we talked a little bit about some of the other active proposals on the GraphQL spec and kind of the movement there. But if we wanted to talk about Defer and Stream a little more, do folks have any questions or things that they're excited about, things that they'd like to share?
I literally have nothing to share except thank you for working on that, because that's so cool. And I think that everyone is really excited. Everyone's being quieter than I think they should be about how exciting Defer and Stream are. And that's what people ask me about all day. Like, whoa, how can we stream this data? Or how can we wait for this stuff to load later? So thanks for everything you're doing. That's really cool.
Yeah, I feel like we should just defer everything that you're doing, just defer everything and then just stream everything. That's it. Just add that directive to whatever you can.
Of course.
Cool. That's awesome, folks. Thanks so much for working on it, and of course for sharing that with us. Any Uri and Ivan and other folks as well, if you've been working on other kind of active proposals to the specification, anything that you'd like to highlight, whether on the input union side or custom scalars, with how that's going, kind of what you're excited about, and any help or feedback that you need from the community on kind of those pushing some of those active / almost done proposals through the door.
So for input unions, it's a long-awaited feature. I think like Tim created initial PR and he created implementation of GraphQL.js like 3 years ago, or maybe even like 4 years ago. And it had its own momentum and we discussed it, but we didn't get consensus. And like it was, I think like all other big features or all other like features, feature request proposals for GraphQL was accepted unanimously mostly. So like, but for input union, it's like the most controversial topic, and we searched for consensus for years. And the new approach, and Vince championed it. So like idea is that instead of looking for solutions that satisfy like everybody likes, we Vince create a RFC with criteria and solutions, and even like a matrix, which solution address which criteria. So right now there is like a leader. Bench, I have a proposal, and I think like we're still open to design proposals. So if you, I encourage you, I will send the link to this RFC if somebody else find it, to read through current proposals. And if you see that have ideas that is not represented there, please submit it, because we actually need it. Right now, there is no like one solution that address all criteria. So we're still looking for, but idea is that we should finally deliver something instead of like searching for holy grail for like years. Idea is to be pragmatic and find the like solutions that will work. So it's like, I think stream D4 and input unions, it's like biggest spec proposal currently. Everything else usually it's smaller. So like, by the way, if you see something missing, like for example, previously you could not provide description on schema, only on types and fields, and it was added. It's like small feature, but it's help with documentation. Or for example, previously you had ability to deprecate only fields and enum values, and it was added deprecation for arguments and for input fields. So like if you see missing stuff, instead of work around it in your schema design or work around it with some library or vendor extension, please submit it as proposal. It's like obviously not everything will be merged into core, but I think like a lot of like small stuff, we're missing a lot of like small stuff and polishing. And at the same time, there is like, we're figuring out how to add like big features, because currently from after Facebook release spec, we added like subscription, and Uri was involved in this process, and together with other people, and so like you can contribute both big and small. Yeah, so, and then put unions, we're definitely interested in your ideas. If you have ideas, please submit it to document. And not only like solution, but also criteria. If you feel like we're missing some criteria, please add it there.
That sounds good. And one of the other things I was also following was the custom scalars spec, which which kind of grew out, I think, of all of the conversations that people, I think, were having around date time and stuff like that. Is that something that we've also been actively kind of moving on, or
Yeah, so like it was championed by Andy and and another champion, and it's currently, so it's have two sides. On one side, spec URL specified by directive was merged into, I think it's already merged into spec. So you can, on a Scalar, you can write specify and by and provide URL to something. It can be like any kind of URL. Idea that it prevents a name clash. So instead of guessing what date time is, because idea was that we actually, Andy actually tried to retrofit date time. It's the most popular non-standard Scalar, I think. Like there is like JSON and datetime, and we have like everybody wanted to add it, but problem was that people already using datetime under the same name. So instead of creating like weird names or adding underscores or some other weird things, idea that if datetime have specified by URL and this URL points to like document, you can figure out it's like specified by this document. So spec part is fully matched. We agree to have a repo or like, like kind of RFC style. If you have custom Scalar and if you think it's useful, you can just submit it into repo. So, but I think we're still figuring the process, and is still figuring the process how to review proposals and how to merge it and some other technical details. I think if you're interested in helping, he will also would be also useful to help. And it's, by the way, it's also a totally new project. It's not part of Facebook. Never was part of Facebook, so it's like totally new initiative. And new initiatives is always good project to get involved. It's like everybody learning at the same time, and core team is forming right now.
That sounds awesome. Uri, were you going to say something? I saw you unmute.
Yeah, I hope we can start like fighting over and like not fighting, but like more debating each other and like instead of just like saying things. Well, I want to mention one thing. I think the work on different stream is really exciting. Also because I think it started like a new wave in the community to look at more than just regular queries and mutations. Like as Ivan mentioned, I was part with Rob and Lee on the GraphQL subscription, adding GraphQL subscriptions to the spec. And back then I worked in Apollo, and there's the GraphQL subscription library, and there's the Apollo WebSocket transport. The problem is that ever since then, there wasn't a lot of movement, and that was like 3 years ago. But recently, a lot of really interesting people started doing a lot of exciting work for it. I'll share some links at the bottom, but there's basically a guy called Dennis that created a new WebSocket transport and is also participating in contributing the protocol as a spec. Again, Lauren, that I mentioned before, started working on live queries, which is really, really exciting. And it's actually the reason when I started looking into GraphQL originally, like 4 or 5 years ago, that was the reason, because we thought about migrating Meteor at the time to GraphQL. So there's a lot of really exciting stuff that I think, maybe it's probably related to the work on different streams. So I'll share more links at the bottom, but it looks like the community is starting to like look at new ideas and push new implementations. And it's not necessarily yet part of the, of the spec or the original working group, but there's existing libraries you can start looking at today, and always starting to use things and actually using them in your apps is the best way to later on lead it into the working group. So very exciting work there.
Yeah, and I think especially the GraphQL subscription stuff, I also recently saw the subscriptions transport WS move to Dennis's creating GraphQL WS as kind of a more systematic protocol documentation and some implementations both on the server and the client side. So that's exciting. I haven't had the chance to look at it into detail, but does it follow the same spec as the GraphQL subscription transport WS? Uri, do you know?
No, it's a different one for good reasons.
Yes,
so,
I agree.
Yeah, so yeah, you should follow
that's
I shared a blog post that basically like also like explains more why it's new, why it's needed, and also why it's a bit different than the current protocol that I wrote many years ago and failed to do it in a very good way.
No, that's awesome, and I think it'd be great. One thing that I'm excited about, hopefully being able to pitch in on here is add support for deference stream in GraphQL AWS as well, right? So that you can switch over from like that multi-part. If you're using WebSockets anyway for running queries, mutation subscriptions, you can also very easily get Deference Stream working on that as well, right? So I think that'd be pretty cool too.
And also Daniel, the guy who wrote GraphQL Helix, which I'll share as well, also started working on subscriptions through SSE protocol without the need to start WebSockets, and it's very, very exciting.
Yeah.
So a lot of people are doing really cool stuff. So
yeah. I think SSE and HTTP2 is also going to be super cool. So yeah, that's awesome. On the custom scalar side, I had a quick question for folks. How are you all dealing with custom scalars today? Is there a particular way that you document the custom scalars that you use? Do you just not use custom scalars? What are folks doing today? All of y'all have been using GraphQL and custom scalars without having given it a thought, just chucking custom scalars into the void. That's terrible. That's terrible.
We use OCaml GraphQL server, which means we have to implement everything from scratch. So we implemented the GraphQL subscription WebSocket stuff from scratch, and I guess we'll do it again soon. So a lot of we are pretty cautious about using custom scalars. One, because it's a lot of work for us to implement, and two, it's very difficult to describe to like a public API user what GraphQL scalar representations are and how they're used and that kind of thing. And I suspect that even when the new URL-based custom spec is out, it'll be a while before there's enough customer understanding and tooling support to actually be able to ship that in a organization where you're not working directly with the consumers of the API.
Yeah, no, that's a great point. I think some way of being able to add some amount of automation to that custom scalar specification for tooling to get a hint to do the right thing when it does the client generation, that would be, I think that's going to be really important for the custom scalar stuff to pick up well, right? So that makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, I'll just also add that there's if you're lucky enough to be in the JavaScript ecosystem, then there's the GraphQL Scalars library that we took over and maintaining now, and there's a bunch of popular scalars there, and there's a lot of iteration and a lot of people continuing to improve and to debate on what's the right way to validate an email and stuff like that. So yeah, so if you're in the JavaScript ecosystem, you can check it out as well.
We use GraphQL Scalars, the library that Uri mentioned, a lot, and we found that it covers a lot of the cases that we need. We do have some aliases, maybe not more scalars that are not complex, but just renames of strings and whatnot to make our schema a little bit more descriptive. So we don't actually validate on those, but it semantically makes more sense to have narrower types than string or number or things like that.
Well, also, just in terms of scalars, I think I've been using Absinthe, which is in Elixir, and that ships with a lot of custom scalars via import types. And also writing scalars with Absinthe and Elixir is super nice.
Is there something that you also do for the client side piece of the custom scalars, Connor?
So lately I've been experimenting with Phoenix and Phoenix Live View, and so Phoenix and Absinthe plug in together really nicely. So that's what I've been working on lately. So it's relatively straightforward, and it's all in the Absinthe docs.
There's an obvious question coming in, which is that a cuckoo clock?
Yes.
I thought we were being Zoom bombed again. I was like, oh my God.
It's the Zoom bomber ever who came in.
I meant to not talk on the hour.
That's nice. Cool. All right. That's. I think that kind of winds up our section on the GraphQL Foundation updates and the GraphQL Spec stuff. And I'd like to move the conversation to something extremely contentious and exciting and confusing as ever. And I'd love to hear kind of how things have changed over the last, I don't know, a year and a half since we got up on GraphQL with microservices, approaches, challenges, your ROI, how it's been so far for the approach that you had and the approaches that you've changed, and then kind of leading that into remote federated GraphQL execution as well as a topic for discussion. This is it's one of those discussions that is it's contentious, it's fun. I was hoping, Connor, that you would kick things off a little bit, talking about kind of how you've been approaching it, and what you've seen over the last last few months.
Yeah, so I guess I don't know, maybe I'm not the best because I think I have used, largely moved away from any microservices essentially to just so we had like a bunch of microservices that were just like split up across apps, and then like they were largely separate and like very different, but then as always happens, nothing that is separate is ever really separate for very long. And so actually I've been spending the last few months kind of removing the microservices and just putting it into like a single schema that is running like just in one server, I think. So I think like every time I've used microservices and I've tried all the different approaches to either kind of pre-computing that schema and having that as like a single server gateway, or using federation to federate multiple services, like it's always just been less reliable than just having one thing, in my opinion. But happy to hear other people talk about maybe they've had it work well.
Yes, this is the best start to GraphQL with microservices. Just get rid of the microservices, put it back in the single place, and we're all done. Just problem solved. Makes sense. Sasha, would love to hear kind of how that's evolved from the last conversation that we had, in a similar theme of don't federate your GraphQL and just federate at a layer below it, which is what I remember you were talking about last time with the approach Twitter. Would love to hear kind of it'd be useful for everybody to kind of get a rough summary of what that stack looks like, and then of course how that's evolved over the last year and any kind of learnings.
Sure. Yeah. So so I'm Sasha. I work at Twitter. And basically how Twitter does things is we have one single schema for GraphQL, and we have our GraphQL API server. And then everything underneath that is served by a thing that's like proprietary in-house called Strato. So it's like sort of, you can think of it as like a virtual database sort of thing, but basically we have that and sort of like federated services underneath it. So Strato is sort of acting as the thing that's allowing you to get different data from wherever, and so underneath that is all of the actual services at Twitter. So that works pretty well for Twitter, and we still have everything in like a single schema. So we don't have, I think, so one of the problems when we talk about federated GraphQL, one of the issues is that you might have like a split schema across, like each service has its own little schema, so you have to like stitch those together. It just seems like, I mean, other people can like probably talk about this a little bit better than I can because we don't use it, but that seems to be one of the issues that comes up a lot with this. So for us, we're sort of this like weird in between. So Strato's this like special thing that sort of, obfuscates a lot of that. So all we see is it's just like one shared schema, and it's not very, it doesn't end up being complex for like clients. One thing that is a new development is we're actually moving to some of the services, especially things that are things like tweets or users, like major services. We're actually like thinking about stratoifying them. So basically making them a part of Strato and making them like a federated service themselves, which is, instead of having like a layer, 2 layers, we'll have like everything in Strato. So.
Got it. So the GraphQL API is kind of maintained by your team, which is then delegating to the Strato layer, and then that is doing the federation with those other services behind it. Is that roughly how? Okay, got it. Makes sense.
Exactly.
And that upstream communication between that Strato layer and the services, what protocol is that?
So we use Thrift for everything. So if you're using like you can do this similar thing with like gRPC. Previously I worked at Medium. This is something we were trying to do. I think it's a really good idea because basically at the service level, that's sort of the type of communication that you need is probably GraphQL doesn't probably fit quite as well because you just don't get a lot of the payoff. And then it introduces a bunch of other issues that you didn't have before. So Thrift or like, protobufs or whatever just kind of makes that really clean. So it's not, you don't get to like ask for exactly what you want, but you don't really need to because this is at the service level, in my opinion.
Got it. Emo. That's fair enough. I think on the one of the questions I had was kind of what was do you still maintain the kind of REST API that I'm guessing that before the GraphQL API there used to be the REST API that used to do the same thing by delegating to Strato, which would then communicate upstream, right? And how has that been? Like, are you maintaining the REST API alongside the GraphQL API? Is it all together? What is that like?
So, anyone that probably like works at like a bigger company, Twitter's kind of like a weird in between where we're like, we're sort of a big company. We don't have a lot of engineers, so it's a little bit of fun, but we're still probably, in the process of like migrating everything. So we have sort of both right now. So a lot of the major things are all in GraphQL, but there's just like, small little things that, it's like, we've been around forever. So we'll have a few things still using like the REST API. And so Stratos can support both. So it's not like a huge deal. So when you're using GraphQL, you can't really tell what's going on underneath. And same thing for REST.
Got it. And so is there like whenever you're building new things, it only happens in the GraphQL API, or do you still have to do people have to do both or something? It's in only the GraphQL API.
Yeah, it's basically only the GraphQL API. For certain things, it depends. You might have to like do a little bit of both, but the policy is like anything new you should be building in the GraphQL API now.
Got it. That sounds awesome. I think, would love to kind of hear from other folks on kind of their approaches to how they've been doing that. John and Gago, I remember you folks talking about fairly interesting things with how you've been doing that. I think you were using GraphQL modules, but would love to kind of hear what that approach has been like for you folks at Coursera.
Yeah, it's a very long story. I'm not going to belabor it too much, but the pandemic made things a little bit more difficult for us. So trying to invest in having a sort of pristine graph. So for context for folks, we have a existing GraphQL graph that encapsulates a large majority of our REST APIs. So we auto-generate our REST API into GraphQL, and we just proxy it along to the REST services. So our backend services don't really need to know anything about GraphQL, other than some annotations about how to connect the different types. And so that served us pretty well. We wanted, though, to have a schema that was a little bit more focused on clients, and we wanted to try and build up a pristine graph that better reflected the needs of the UI and things like that. So we definitely had a few approaches there around something called team spaces, which I think was a really novel way of making sure that we had parts of the schema in different places associated with teams and their domains rather than kind of grouping it by services. And I thought, I think that was pretty innovative. But I think what was really tough here was thinking about the migration from one graph to another, where the graphs were basically disjoint, was pretty tough. And it was a tough sell because it did require a lot of work. I think organizationally, I think we realized how much of the work that we do is non-technical. I think someone mentioned this before as well. Like, it's really about how you organize your people, and every context is going to be different. So I think we underestimated what that cost might look like. And I think it was a lot of thought that had to be put into something like this rather than, I think looking back, maybe we wanted an incremental approach, even if it wasn't exactly the best schema. I think, a path for getting out of that schema. So we put a hold on that work for now, but I think we've been exploring how to actually lean into that organizational split and finding ways to think about every iterative version of both taking our existing graph and extending it to encapsulate more REST services and more REST APIs using specifications like OpenAPI, that sort of stuff, all the way to trying to create maybe domain-specific GraphQL endpoints. So this might be sacrilege, but instead of having a single GraphQL endpoint for the entire organization, having multiple GraphQL endpoints by domain, but having all the tooling shared under the hood so that, operationally it's the same GraphQL server, but every domain has its own custom extension. So we'll be talking about security and authorization, but one of the ways that you can address that is by just removing it from the schema altogether and having a separate schema. So we're exploring a few things there, and in the meantime, trying to bolster the client side story, because I think on web it's and using Apollo, it's actually really easy to pave over the fact that we don't have a great schema. You can always add custom things there. So I think that's kind of the state of the world from our side.
Got
if you have things to add there.
I have a question for John. I just wanted to hear more about, like, do you have like one single shared schema, and just kind of how, because you're talking about how each like kind of domain. So I kind of wanted to hear more about that. I thought that was interesting.
Yeah, it's one of the ideas that it's like it festers. It's kind of like, I don't like this, but it lives, it's there, I think it was mostly the recognition that when we were trying to explore how the schema grows and dealing with the schema governance part of things, I think what we found were clients, definitely wanted to have domain specific extensions, or like there is essentially a core schema. So we work at Coursera, we have some core types like the course. It should be the same across all instances. We want to actually consolidate that because we have multiple APIs that actually represent the source of truth there. But for a specific thing like authoring, for example, they will use that canonical definition, but maybe extend things that really should not be exposed to other people, mutations or properties on the course that really do not belong in any domain except for the context under which you're authorized to see those things. And so what we were getting a little bit caught on, and what we were attempting to design for in this new graph, was the tooling to allow teams to be able to extend those things in different situations. And so we had to then dive into the authorization, schema visibility. Like there's different ways to approach this, certainly. I'm not saying that there's only one way to do this, but we were definitely having to answer the question about, we need different schemas in different places, and how do we facilitate that? We haven't come to any strong conclusions, but there were some assumptions here where I'm like kind of questioning them just to see if they're things that we believe because people have told us that we need single endpoints, or if it is because of XYZ. So it's interesting to kind of think through that process.
When you're extending like a domain, or extending a type for a specific domain, do you worry about like potential like drift in the schema, in that maybe multiple domains are extending the schema in different ways, but because of the way that the people in the organization are architected, like that won't be known, and maybe something actually is kind of becoming like a core feature of that type, but because of how the domains are split up, you kind of don't really realize?
Yeah, it definitely was a concern when we were thinking about like, how do we deal with type collisions? Like if you did define the same property on two different places. I think at the stage that we were at, we weren't worried about that. We were like, it would be great to have collisions, because then we know that this is actually a core type that should be graduated into the core modules. So again, more context around GraphQL modules. It's a thing that Yuri and the Guild have built to help create sort of encapsulated bits and pieces of the GraphQL schema. And so we had specific modules that were just literally called core schema. And we were thinking about how you actually graduate things into that schema from different places. Because everything gets generated into the same graph anyway, because we weren't doing any federation at all. Those collisions, I think we could find them ahead of time. So it wasn't like a big deal, but I would say we didn't get to the point where we were finding a lot of collisions.
Yeah, and there's some very interesting things there, right? Because like maybe there could be scenarios where you have this core type, but depending on what service is servicing the entities of that type, it might not even be extensions, but it might be a subtype of that. You know what I mean? It's like there are 10 fields in the core type, but like the service that's providing cores to us under the current authorization scheme, I only actually have access to 5 fields, say, right? So there might be like not just the extending type, but there might be a subtyping situation that might come up as well, right? So there's lots of definitely some interesting things there. But yeah, one of the words that you mentioned there was OneGraph. And so, Sean, do you want to talk about like the king of all of the federation microservices-y 1 million APIs integrating into one graph that rules the world? How insights from kind of integrating like 1 million different kinds of REST APIs has been, and kind of how you've been approaching that internal build of virtualizing so many different types of APIs into coherent GraphQL schema or towards coherency.
Yeah, sure. So like Tomai says, OneGraph it's a very simple idea. It's a single public GraphQL API endpoint, and you can access Salesforce and Stripe and RSS and all sorts of stuff. And there's lots of challenges there. So for example, if you are trying to translate a database schema or a Salesforce schema, Salesforce is effectively just like a very big database with like a HTML interface on it. So basically you have to like reflect on the database and then generate a custom schema for every one of our users. And then there might be different permissions associated with that. And so what we've kind of found is that the way we think about it is there is one graph actually that underpins all of the world's data. But what happens is you look through that like your own prism at that graph, right? So what you kind of want is you think, well, here's my data model of like my customer, whatever, and it has relations inside of Salesforce. It has relations inside of this other service. And it's important for me to be able to build my custom domain very quickly. So kind of like what John is talking about, some service should be able to extend some core type and kind of quickly build up their own iteration or their own data model based off of that. And so we've been working towards trying to make the GraphQL schemas much more like Legos, where the idea is if you want a data definition from one of these services, it's very easy to quickly pull in. And then it's also very quickly to link these two things together and say, well, actually, the rest of the world doesn't know this, but there is a graph connection between these two things. And I want to be able to just express my query at this level. So yeah, I think that going forward, trying to make one graph for everyone is probably somewhat of a fool's errand. But there is a huge amount of work that you can do ahead of time by making it so basically like pre-mapping out all of these different resources and then saying, well, look, you can quickly assemble your own as you need. And that's kind of like you get the best of both worlds there, where each of the teams is kind of building out. There's somewhat of a schema drift, right? People are building out their own models and whatnot. But it is always effectively just a transformation on top of some underlying canonical resource.
That makes sense. And internally, like to ease your, you've decided to make your work life much harder than usual by saying, oh, you know what, we're going to build this in OCaml anyway. So but with that also, do you have like an internal kind of metadata engine type thing that you're using, or some kind of like internal abstraction that you've built to help put in those connections together rather than having to write all of that code, right? Are there internal abstractions that you've developed or things that have emerged over time that might be useful to hear about?
Yeah, so there are a couple. Obviously, we have something similar to like GraphQL Mesh, where each of these upstream data sources, whether it's WSDL, SOAP, OpenAPI, GraphQL, is going to have an adapter that then brings it into some internal representation that we have that we can operate on top of. But that's really generally best for providing just that basis layer, right? Because you're not going to get an extremely high fidelity data model out of that. It is going to be kind of GIGO, right, to some degree. And so we then build actually on top of that. We have a bunch of abstractions that make certain things nicer, but for the very final phase of polishing an API. So if we're bringing on a partner API and they have an open API spec, we'll bring that in. But our expectation is basically that an open API spec is like worth 5% of what a company thinks it's worth, right? Like in terms of the degree of accuracy and whatnot. So like we just use it as a starting point, but we don't really put too much faith in it. And so we've built tooling. So an internal tool that we use called Lathe that basically you can just throw any of these data resources into it. And then you kind of have like this working table that says like, here's in this API, here are all these objects. And you can just drag it over and start defining a GraphQL object based off of that. And it will infer as much as it can, right? Like it knows the open API specs, it tries to normalize them. But then you can apply mass operations to rename them so that they're all camel case, so that any date time should end with @ you can apply these tests very quickly. And then the last bit is if you have hyper-specific fields where really, you know, an easy idea would be like some API has a first name and a last name field on one of the objects. And you realize actually this is a pretty bad abstraction for lots of reasons. So you're going to make a full name field, which just concatenates the two of them. But that's enough to get your clients on the right path, right? They're starting to head in a better path. That requires custom logic. And so what we do is we effectively, we know the type of what you're going to do. So we just generate a TypeScript signature of like, here are all the fields we're going to give you. You have to tell us what IO resources you want to make so that we can apply some security rules. But we then take your TypeScript, we run it inside of a quick.js that has been compiled to WebAssembly so that we have kind of this full encapsulation where we can run user code for that last level of customization if it's necessary.
Right.
So that way we basically have this full pipeline where we can quickly pull in open API, quickly start defining GraphQL objects, apply mass reforms to them, and then start to layer on these safe, secure,
computed field.
Exactly, yeah.
Yeah, and then you can have these little computed fields with these computed field generators. You can even call them computed field monads. So, you know, this is nice. It's good. Very nice. But that makes the
famous timeline marketing skills. Yes. Yes.
Exactly. God, we will call this feature computed field monad. This is good. This will make it easy to build computed fields safely, performantly, predictably. That makes sense. So, well, no, that sounds amazing. And I think on kind of this other approaches to kind of, you know, bringing in kind of the existing services that you've had into that, into a GraphQL API and challenges that you faced with that and approaches that you've tried out. If anybody else would like to take a stab at talking about their experiences and trauma and how they've recovered from it, that'd be great. I'm going to save Uri for last. I can see Uri just waiting to lay it on. So I'm going to wait. All right, folks. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1 to Uri. All right, Uri, here you go. Tell us about what you've been doing and what you've been thinking about with being able to kind of bring different parts of the API together into a GraphQL API and working with that.
After that intro, it's going to be disappointing for sure. So thank you for that. No, I mean, to be honest, the more we dig into that problem, the more it's obvious that there's no one solution. I think so. When at the beginning I thought about it, I thought, okay, so there's two schemas basically. There's the schema basically like maybe like Sasha described Strato, which is basically all the data that you have, and probably I'm also like misunderstanding that as well. So, but let's say like basically the merging of all your data sources into one graph that will federate all those. But then there's what your product needs, which is sometimes different. And then how we usually started going about it is that we just separated the two. The two were completely different, completely separate technologies. Like we used GraphQL more for the product side, describing the product schema. And then in the resolvers, we called that whatever we have accessible to call the data sources. Maybe we call directly the database, maybe we call REST APIs, maybe we call anything else. And that was great. And then we thought, well, usually it was REST APIs because most of the common cases was actually calling existing services because GraphQL is shiny and new and everything else was there. But then we started thinking, after we had that, we started thinking, why won't we get some of the benefits of GraphQL also when we call the old APIs? Like, they're still there, and it's not like GraphQL invented everything. And I think then, so then we just started thinking, how can we just generate types from the REST APIs? And like Sean mentioned, sometimes you get a schema, whether it's Open API or gRPC or Thrift or SOAP. And many times, depends on the technology, this schema is not actually like accurate. So you start with something, but it's probably bad and it's probably like unmaintained. And so then maybe you want to look at the actual results and maybe generate JSON schemas out of the actual things that are going past your, to your APIs. So we started with that, but then we thought, well, now that we have a representation of some kind of schema that we could, we can call from and we can generate types from, maybe we can try to generate GraphQL from it. And then if we generate GraphQL from it, maybe we can make it into an executable schema, and then maybe we can actually query it. So then we got kind of like resolvers that call GraphQL in the resolvers, which gave us type safety, like we could generate types. And it gave us to just pick and choose some fields and, basically make the resolver a bit easier to work with, like a bit less code there. And that's how GraphQL Mesh started. Like at the beginning, it was just started as like an SDK, not something that should be run as a gateway or anything like that. But then as it matured and more people like started using it, we started thinking, oh, we can actually take that SDK and run it anywhere. So we can run it as an SDK on services querying other services. We can run it as an SDK on the client. We can run it as a gateway. And then interesting things happen. Like I think like Sean mentioned, then you get the representation of all your sources as a GraphQL, but then that's probably not good enough. You want to rename, you want to whitelist, black, like you want to filter some of those fields.
Right.
All kinds of transformations. So we added custom transformations and things like that. So, and that made everything much more complicated to say what's the right answer, because now it's like, wait, so should I use, what should I use in my services? Should I use GraphQL or shouldn't I use GraphQL? Like, where should I execute the GraphQL? Should I execute the GraphQL on the provider side or should I execute the GraphQL on the client side? Like now suddenly everything is open. So
yeah. No, that makes sense. But it's interesting. I see a lot of parallels with kind of what Sean was talking about as well, right? Where you basically there's kind of two requirements that are emerging, right? Like you need kind of almost this like IR, this internal representation that is giving you all of these data sources in one place, right? Maybe it's kind of similar to what Sasha talked about at Strato and what Sean is talking about when they're kind of internally bringing these 1 million services together, right? And kind of what you're doing, and potentially GraphQL has a fit there to say maybe we can use GraphQL and the tooling there to create that IR, and then there's a separate problem of creating of why you're building the GraphQL API itself, right? And if you happen to be building a GraphQL API that's servicing kind of mobile and web clients, then the reason that you're building that is that you want that to reflect kind of client requirements better, right? In which case you want to have computed fields, or you want to have certain transformations, because depending on what you're using it for, and then maybe that API is also GraphQL, but those two are sort of independent building blocks or concerns that need to be solved anyway, right? And maybe GraphQL can be used for both or one or whatever, right? That makes sense.
Yeah. So my question to Sasha actually is like, I don't know. I heard a lot about Strato, and like, is it like just let's say hypothetically Strato was invented, I don't know, 5-7 years after to the future, and GraphQL was there. Like, would you imagine a possible path where the Strato language would use GraphQL or kind of like a version or extension of GraphQL or something like that? Or it's like what you're doing today in Strato is like GraphQL would never be suitable for that?
Do you mean like Strato using GraphQL as its way of getting data from
like
other
No, I
servers?
think
the language itself,
I think the front
like
end.
yeah,
Like
not
maybe
necessarily
the layer.
the engine itself, but the language of describing what I want from Strato, or what the schema of data that Strato exposes.
Yeah.
I don't know
guess the
nothing
connection
about it,
between
so
your
maybe my
GraphQL
question is
gateway.
super dumb.
I guess yeah. I think the spec between the GraphQL gateway or the GraphQL API that's the final API to Strato. What is that today, and could that have been something like GraphQL 5 years in the future or something like that? Is that
I see. It's so I guess there's Strato QL, which is like describing like what you want. And then what's between Strato and GraphQL, there isn't really anything. I mean, it's like basically like thrift that just goes through. So I wouldn't say, I still don't think that GraphQL would end up being used at that layer. I don't know. Maybe it would. I mean, there's definitely, I'm not, it's not just like I represent all of like Twitter. I mean, there are definitely people who are like, oh, what if we like put GraphQL in like different layers? And like those are just like some things that we talk about. I think just the way it's set up now, we certainly wouldn't. We possibly would if like Strato was invented later, but just like for what Strato does, I don't think we would end up using GraphQL for that like transport, I guess, or like to describe that.
I think Reddit has done something like this though, where they have a bunch of services that effectively communicate with, I forgot, Thrift or gRPC, but then they basically aggregate that with a single GraphQL server. So kind of like they skip the Strato step, it sounds like, where that's kind of their, under the hood, everything is Thrift. And then anyone who's accessing that API from the outside would always see a single GraphQL server.
Yeah, and that's like pretty common. I think like Medium did that too. Like that's like a pretty, like you have your GraphQL gateway and underneath that is like microservices, or it's not, that's like a fairly, normal way to do it. I think just like at Twitter scale, it gets a little weird to be able to interact with so many services. It's like really frustrating if they all have like a different format or something, and so it's just really nice to have like Strato be able to do that like orchestration for you. And then I guess GraphQL also is doing some orchestration, but
just a question there. What is Strato QL? That sounds exciting. That sounds like a new GraphQL.
So so if you're writing, this is like a tour of Twitter. So within Strato, you can, write, they call them columns. I think they're going to rename that because I think that's kind of confusing, but basically you can like describe like what kind of data you want. And so when you're writing like what you want, you're using a separate language called Strato QL, which is also built in-house. I think some people were like, oh, we should have used something like OCaml. That would have been cool. But we didn't. But yeah, it's just basically a language to describe what you want within Strato. So it's very Scala-esque, but not quite. Yeah.
Got it. So do you as a consumer of Strato use Strato QL, or are the people who are using Strato QL the people who are maintaining that Strato service?
They're the ones who, like, say you want to add new data. You wanted to add new data to like GraphQL. You'd need to create like this column in Strato and like write Strato QL and then like add one line to get it to go to GraphQL. So it's like really, usually you're writing a lot of Strato QL once you're adding data, or you want to add data or connect it to your service or whatever.
Got it.
Clients won't use this. They don't do it at all. And our team doesn't do this really either. So.
Got it. Okay, that makes sense. Yeah. Also, OCaml. Hello, Sean. That's super cool. It's catching on. It's catching on. It's been a few decades, but it's definitely catching on. I think it's good. Yeah, but would love to hear from other folks who've been experimenting with kind of their journey with putting services together and lessons learned from that. I think Joey, you had a question for us. Please feel free to unmute.
Yeah, thanks, Tomek. Yeah, so I'm Joey. I work at PayPal. I'm leading the engineering efforts for unifying GraphQL at PayPal. So we have a bunch of adjacencies, Braintree, Zoom, and Honey, and all these teams. They've all got their graphs, and for a consumer, the experience is really disparate and just disconnected. So we naturally want to kind of unify that experience. We're running, since it's such a large spanning project, this is like company. It's a lot of companies. And they all have their own way of talking about remittance and all this stuff. So we have to kind of, not only, it's a data modeling exercise, first of all, right? We need to find a shared taxonomy between all these things. And then even then, maybe they aren't shared, but they're exactly the same. You have to figure out how to deal with that. So there's a lot of challenges when you're trying to bring things together that are similar but different. One thing we're noticing, though, is that there's a lot of pushback from these other graph teams to join the unified graph, and rightfully so, because they've got a very focused group of customers that really like that API, and they maybe aren't concerned about the other stuff, but some customers are. So we're kind of struggling around this idea of personas, people that want to use the graph, and how do we control that? Do we maybe shut down some things that don't make sense for a certain user, or do we just accomplish it with documentation? How do we make such a large graph become usable to these different sections? I don't have an answer for that. It's kind of just a prompt, because we're still in the beginning of our journey as well.
And that makes a lot of sense. That's something that I struggled with, and I still struggle with a lot, is to kind of unify those two ideas, right? Which is that this idea of somebody that is publishing an API that is very domain specific, right? That is owned by a specific service, say, or that is owned by a particular domain. They clearly have several incentives to maintain a tiny specific API. Right, which is both kind of an organizational incentive as well, which is that they don't, for them to iterate on it, to maintain compatibility and to iterate on it, it's much faster for them to do it, which is why they were a separate service and a domain in the first place, right? And when you're kind of bringing them together, there's obviously going to be a little bit of resistance to saying, well, I don't want to do anything because I don't care about that team, right? I'm not incentivized to care about that team from either a product or a user point of view, or even an organizational point of view, right? Especially in a large organization. So that'd be interesting. How do you kind of think about that trade-off? Like, what are the incentives that you've seen, or what are the reasons that you've seen that make sense for getting these teams together? And what are you seeing as legitimate concerns of saying that no, we should not be bringing them together? What has that been like, Joey?
Yeah, the main concern right now is, like I said, the customers they're serving right now probably are not going to benefit from them joining another graph with lots of stuff. Is actually going to make it worse for them. So that's kind of right now the most the best reason I've heard for not unifying. But we also have, it's kind of a top down. Our CTO wants this to happen, basically. We need to have a experience that isn't confusing and disparate between all of these different companies that we own. So make it happen. Let's unify the data and make the experience make sense, which is valid, but that's a very, very tall order. So yeah, it's just it's a data modeling problem. That's what I've known from this exercise.
Yeah. It does feel like that convergence is going to happen to either a corner-like system where everybody's like, screw these services. Let's just build that back into the same org in the same repo if that's what we needed, or this approach of like having that internal representation and some discipline around maintaining that internal representation, so that people can kind of bring their services into that internal representation easily, and then another team can expose that unified internal representation to the outside world, easily, right? So it's going to be interesting to see how that evolves. What is the journey been so far at PayPal, Joey? Like, are there lots of are there some GraphQL services? Are there a bunch of them that are starting to come together, especially for the new APIs? What has that penetration been like so far?
Yeah, so just to give a little bit of background, it's kind of like Uri said before, we had a REST catalog, which is normal. GraphQL came about on one product team, and they said, hey, we can, instead of making our own random API, we can just use GraphQL on top of the REST catalog. And now we've got a nice, concise API for our UI. And that happened again and again and again. And you have all these product teams with their own, that's internally, right? For like PayPal.com and those type of things. But then we also have external customers. So we just now started to, from PayPal, release some GraphQL APIs, but we're kind of on pause there because now there's this unification thing. It's like, well, don't do PayPal and Venmo and Braintree and Zoom and Honey, right? Like that's just ridiculous for some customers. So that's where we're kind of stopping everybody. And we're saying, okay, stop making new APIs. It's making our job harder. So now we're trying to say, okay, this is how it works to join one. Uri, I really want to hear your thoughts on this. I see your faces. So yeah, so we're really trying to make one unified graph, and we get a lot of those faces, Uri. So I want to know what you have to say about this.
I need to hide my camera. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to make faces. No, I just for me, I feel like sometimes and maybe that's like something that you would think otherwise, but for me, always when someone says stop the work, it's like the worst thing, because then like I think the most important as developers or developers for developers is let everyone run and make everyone keep progressing, because the most important thing is the product, and then make it as easier as possible to do the right thing. But it's more important to just let people build their product in the highest pace possible, and duplicate. And in that case, if you think like that, then duplication is fine. Like it's not the biggest issue. Like if you ship your products faster and everything is duplicated, it's fine. And then you can always improve later. I wonder. On the other hand, it's a really very big problem, and it sounds like it's different companies. It's probably different repositories, different organizations, different technologies, different languages. Am I right? Like it's all completely different.
Yeah, definitely.
And when you say unifying, do you mean like? And unification means a lot of things, right? It means just like one schema, but then. Are those different endpoints or single endpoints? A single endpoint, are those like different instances, or like one sharded instance, or like there's many. The separation is, I think, many people, when one of the things that leads people to this like very complex solutions is that they separate everything. So it means like everything is separated. Like it means that there will be, and that leads to the federated and stitched, solutions, which are great. But that means you chose upfront to separate as much as possible. And like many others said here, separation costs. Everything you separate also means it's a bit harder. And if you have like the most amazing gateway that understands all the other GraphQL services, it means still that you have two GraphQL entry points that you go through. And that's hard, it's a hard problem. So I guess sometimes if things go, from bottom up, some of the questions are harder to answer, but what is the thing that hurts the most, like in the current structure? Like what's the thing that prevents people today?
And also I guess on the other side, what's the thing that's driving the need for having that one API that is coherent, right? Is it the need that like there's a client kind of performance, like a technical requirement that we can't make too many queries, and we need a technical specification to be able to batch queries, right? Kind of like the OG GraphQL incentive almost in a way. Or is it more of like saying that it's really a platform problem? Like as a platform, we want to have a coherent set of models across the organization, right? Which is more of like this is our platform API.
It's definitely more of that. It's more of, hey, we need to stop gluing companies together without like actually integrating them. So it's just part of a longer term strategy of let's not have 10 ways to talk about the same stuff, right? And also let's not convey to our users 10 different ways to talk about the same stuff that ultimately we want to start integrating with each other. So it's GraphQL is a piece of unification, right? At PayPal. So we've got a lot of stuff. We want to it's more for the customer's experience, right? We don't want them to have to make 4 different GraphQL API calls. That seems against GraphQL, right? And also, Uri, when I said stop, I didn't mean like stop doing what you're doing, and I meant all new APIs that are proposing, new APIs that are proposing stuff. Hey, this new track is coming out. Why don't you work with us? And so the unified graph is actually going to grow from nothing. It's not going to be like this giant overnight gluing of stuff. It's going to take a while. It's going to grow. The standards were the things that we wanted to knock down first, so we had Rails for growth. And then, yeah, start growing stuff. And then once it's large enough to take over, you know, what used to be there, then it'll happen that way. And our UI clients, we're kind of experimenting with extensions. So one of the problem is, hey, thanks for this unified graph. We would love to use it, but it doesn't really exist yet. You know, there's not much on it. We just started. So what do I do with it? So we have to have this concept of extensions, right? Like, I want to use this graph, but I want to add stuff. So basically like GraphQL mesh, and then add your own stuff. Something simple like that for UI teams. We have some other complicated ideas that died because they were complicated. So this is just really simple. If it doesn't have what you want, go ahead and make what you need. You can sync with the right service teams to figure out which schema you are supposed to have, but ultimately you're a UI product team. So if that slows you down, go ahead and just write whatever you want, service your own UI the way you want, and then later check back in 6 months. If the unified graph has all that stuff that you needed, maybe you can switch off of it. That's only for the clients that for the teams that we own the client and the server, because we have that ability to just quickly switch the client. But for external customers, it's going to be a little bit different, right? So, and that's more of the challenge, is how do we roll this out? And it's probably going to be, okay, stay on the Braintree graph and as long as you can until the unified graph has all of Braintree, and then you can switch over. So it's going to be like a while for some of these customers.
And what is the current plan, or what set of tools you're thinking of using? Like,
so right now we are looking at Apollo Federation. We have like a trial with them, so we're just trying to see if that can solve our federation needs. Like you said, they're polyglot, they're all over the place, and how do we wrangle these apps and allow them to still use their technology stacks? So right now, Apollo Federation is what we are looking at. Happy to hear other feedback if you want.
Yeah, I think just a word of, I don't know, caution. This is the exact approach that we were taking with our building out a new graph. And the thing that we maybe underestimated, and I'm sure you've already accounted for, is that it's a very long-term investment. These customer and these domain teams are not going to get benefits from this until the graph is populated, but you need them to participate to get the graph populated. So there is definitely a tipping point. It would be really useful to understand what that tipping point is for each of the customers, because for us, it was just so far in the future that some teams would really benefit in the short term, particularly client teams. But yes, service teams, who are the people who needed to put that input in, were not going to get any input. They were basically going to get zero value overall, even in, you know, the 2 or 3 year horizon. So I think that was one thing that we learned from that. And I'm not sure how to align that effort. But I think it's something really important to nail down that story sooner rather than later, because you do want people, you don't want those faces in Zoom. You definitely want people to be champions for this across the stack. And I think it's just really worth figuring out what that value proposition is.
Yeah, and it's a really good point. One thing I noticed that is helping us a little bit. So this started as a grassroots effort, you know, hey, let's do GraphQL stuff, let's do it right. And it's very hard at that point because I have to convince everybody that what I'm saying makes sense. I was never trying to do a unified graph like at the scale that we're doing now. That came from above. But all of last year, I was running around trying to get people to unify within PayPal. Like, let's do something, let's stop, you know. It's very hard because I don't know, unless they're really, really invested, the grassroots is not gonna, it just doesn't go so far. So luckily, PayPal, like from the leadership, they want to switch. They've identified their REST is older, and GraphQL is, you know, we have to do it at some point. So we've got this REST catalog. We learned a lot from that. It's not perfect. So we want to take those learnings and do a much better job on a GraphQL API. So they are ready for the investment, but that's a really good point that it's slow going. So unless you have this investment from the top where, I don't know, it's not like I have to convince them, you know, it's like, this is the direction, we're all aligned and it's going to take 2 years or whatever. That's a little bit easier than a grassroots fight, right?
I think it goes back to just like, you have 2 separate challenges. One is a technical challenge of, you know, how do you implement this across all these languages and whatnot. But it sounds like maybe the bigger challenge is really nailing down the data model. Like each of these teams has to have a common way of expressing what data they offer and the operations you can perform on that data. And then also the connections between those bits of data. And right now in GraphQL, that is a lot of work, right? I mean, SDL is like maybe a kind of quick way, but it's very difficult at any given point to, or it's very manual, very tedious to say, hey, can you go ahead and write down some SDL for all of the data that you have and all of the operations that you have? So kind of the cost of introducing it is already very high, right? So if you're talking about kind of the ROI, you've already set yourself up for a very big challenge where your service teams are trying to do other things, but now they also have to kind of like keep track of their stuff in a way that may be as inaccurate as OpenAPI, right? Like if they don't get the SDL right, then it could be wrong down the road anyway. So I think the biggest challenge there is like you really want to find ways of accelerating that process and automating as much as possible. So one idea that we've experimented with because of the faulty nature of OpenAPI specs is effectively just installing a Rust network proxy inside of some of our partners' API servers. And effectively, it just does type analysis and API analysis and kind of figures out what are the different endpoints, what are the variables that they take, what's the structure that they return, what's the graph relationship, how does authentication work, how does pagination work. You can often derive a lot of this just by looking at the data as it passes over the wire, and you don't have to store any of that data, right? So there's kind of like the PII or GDPR is not really too much of an issue. And so that kind of says that you can go to the teams and say, hey, install this, and after some period of time, it will basically a light will go off and say, hey, we've seen enough of your network data. We think this is your data model. Would you like to check this against your mental model of what you think your data actually is? And suddenly it's much, much faster to bootstrap this. And then you can also start to add on those connections of data as it's going across them. Right, so you were talking about looking at the API calls your existing clients are making across these different companies. You could probably correlate that and kind of derive the graph that they're already kind of spidering and use that to kind of bootstrap some of this higher level view. Because it sounds like the first step is you kind of need to get some ground truth of what are the actual data models, what's the connection between them, and how are the customers accessing them.
Yeah. Just to riff off of that, I think having some understanding of what parts of the schema are not permanent. So experimental is really nice. So if you just say, automate the thing that Sean suggested and say, here's experimental, see what it's like, without having to deal with the kind of permanence of a typical externally exposed GraphQL API, then you can get pretty far with that as well.
So this is a good topic, schema anxiety, schema design anxiety. So I had schema design anxiety really big for the past 2-3 months, basically. I'm like, oh my God, there's no way we're going to do this. Like I've seen these graphs, it's not possible. So I basically froze in my tracks and freaked out. But you know, I had some good teammates, you know, get around me and say, okay, that's not the way to do it. Don't freeze, just move forward, but make a path for making a mistake. So that was our golden rule here is go ahead and allow yourself to make mistakes, but make sure that there's a simple path to fix mistakes. So whether it be deprecation, observability on fields for deprecation lifecycle, right? So stuff like that, like make sure that you are ready to handle anything. And then version came up, right? So this is a fun concept. Well, GraphQL, obviously everyone's gonna say don't version it, just, you know, move it in place. But I've had feedback from some other companies that versioning was inevitable for them. So I'm curious what other people think about does versioning eventually have to happen to like maybe have a cutoff? So very clearly communicated lifespans of certain versions so that you can eventually say, you know what, you guys, I can't do this anymore. It's going to die in a year and we're on version 2 where we fix a lot of things.
So that is a great segue, and a bunch of these are a great segue into the next topic of discussion, which is API lifecycle management, right? Like the overall, like the other bits of the API, which are not like fun, let's use OCaml to build a GraphQL API, but like the other bits, which is that, you know, there's like a whole or absent, right? But there's like a lot of things to there's a lot of things to kind of figure out when we are actually kind of using that API in production, everything from versioning to the life cycle of it, and also to certain operational aspects around GraphQL that I'd love to chat about, especially with folks who've been running GraphQL for a while now. But we can do that after a quick bio break or just a break. for about, we can do 20 minutes if that works for everybody. That's going to be dot 15 or a dot 45, depending on what time zone you're in. So the next dot 15 or dot 45 that you see, whichever one is earlier, let's continue the conversation around specifically the operational aspects of running the GraphQL API and the API lifecycle things, maybe kicking that off with Joey's question. So does that sound good? All right, see you folks in 20 minutes then. All right. Welcome back, folks. Just wait for another minute or so. Incidentally, in cool but unrelated news, Discord now has threads. So anybody who's running a Discord forum for doing anything, if you might have gotten access to threads. So that'd be cool. My goodness, it was the worst. It has been the worst experience to not have threads on Discord. It's terrible. But yeah, I think we just got access now, so it'll be great. I'm wondering if Joey is back, but yeah, otherwise I thought I would love to steer the conversations towards API lifecycle stuff, everything to do from, documentation, testing, monitoring, usage analytics, changes and rolling out changes, right? Whether that's kind of observing regressions and stuff like that around debugging and performance. So that's kind of where I wanted to what I wanted to bring up for discussion next. Would love to kick that off with documentation exploration kind of stuff, which is kind of on the lines of what we were talking about previously as well. But I think maybe Joey, would you like to kick things off with the question that you had from last time as a seed?
Yeah, sure.
And then we can take it. Yeah.
Yeah. So it was around. We were talking about schema anxiety and whether or not making mistakes is allowed. So we said we would build in rails for making mistakes. So it's okay to make some mistakes. Try your best, but don't let that freeze you. And then hopefully those rails will save you from whatever mistakes you made. And one of those rails we talked about was versioning, not just deprecating fields, the old, the GraphQL way, but maybe in fact versioning the entire graph or something like that.
Yeah, would love to kind of hear folks' experiences there. John, I remember you were talking about kind of those different, GraphQL endpoints and having that. Has versioning also come up as a topic of discussion with having versioned GraphQL endpoints for in kind of your evolution discussions, John?
It hasn't come up mostly because we only have one source of APIs and because we are pretty okay with breaking changes. Although I think the evolution story definitely has come up a lot. I know the Shopify folks have been, touting their versioning horns. So I'm wondering if anyone here works at Shopify or formerly worked at Shopify. Mark's not here, but.
Yeah, I think Evan. I'm not sure if Evan's joined us now. Yeah, he was. Do you know if Shopify has been? They have different versions of the GraphQL endpoints.
Yeah, last time I talked to them, they were doing something interesting there. But they would be better people to talk about that.
Yeah. Sorry.
I was going to say, if you haven't looked into it, it is worth checking out at some point, the admin API and the approach to versioning that Shopify does take on it. And I spent some time talking with that team. And again, I don't want to sort of represent their work on their behalf, but part of the reason why versioning was of concern is given sort of the domain of data that they were looking at as well. And having spent way too much of my life in the payment space, there's some interesting restriction and legislation around what you are and are not allowed to do and how you turn things off when they have to be turned off and how long they must be kept on when you say they're going to be turned off. So I understand sort of the root of the concern, as well as probably some of the experience you're having, Joey, right? Is that like coming from like the old ISO 8583 spec that was payments to like the REST world was a fundamental shift in how we all thought. And then moving forward from that has been a shift as well. And so there's still, call it externalities that are fundamentally outside of the control of the person either building or designing a solution that are just industry governance or standard business practice.
Yeah, and the impact of versioning there is going to be very interesting. I think we've been working very closely with folks on the healthcare side, and I think like FHIR as a spec is also kind of emerging as a thing there, and people want to start bridging or bringing FHIR as a spec to GraphQL, and then there's versioning considerations there as well, right? Which is that they need to think of things as versions that you can remove and deprecate entirely as instead of parts of the object. So there's some interesting stuff to happen there. But has the need for versioning or the temptation of versioning come up for anybody else over the last few years working with the GraphQL APIs? Sasha, for your Twitter, or Uri, for you working across several folks?
Yes, it has come up. There's a couple things. One, we have similar problems that everyone has, like especially with mobile clients. You can't really fully deprecate something until like a certain amount of time has passed, and especially for Twitter, it's basically never. So we kind of just have to keep that stuff around. And so the way we've kind of dealt with that is we do the sort of the basic GraphQL thing. We'll add a new field and just deprecate the old one. And so, you can still use the deprecated field, but you should start using the new one. And that sort of is like a version for things around error handling. About I don't know if you've seen my talks about error handling, we're big on the results stuff. So we do that at Twitter as well. And to deal with some of if you want to add new things to like a result type, we'll make a new field and it'll be like result v2 or whatever you want to call it. And that's basically our only way of versioning is just like adding new fields. And that's worked okay. I think for versioning the schema, it's just like so large, and for like especially mobile clients, it would just end up being weird for them if like an entire schema had a new version. So we haven't done that yet. It's only been for fields, which is I guess like the kind of like canonical GraphQL way. A while ago, I think I asked like Lee about this, just like what do we do with results, or what do we do with versioning and stuff? And it was kind of like the same story. It's like you should just really just add new fields. So I didn't get much from him. So I'm interested to know like what other people do because we haven't tried anything other than just versioning, adding new fields.
Yeah, I feel like versioning is not only like kicking the problem down the road, but actually making it several times worse. Because if you have a single schema and you start deprecating some fields, you can actually see which clients are accessing those fields. And depending on your relationship with them, you can even push code mods upstream to them and say, hey, look, you're accessing these fields. This is the new query. Effectively, the data you want has been moved around a bit, and this is what it should be. And assuming they have some nice type system, then they can go and fix everything. But effectively, like you have to support these clients for a very long time, and deprecating something or like stopping it is not like it's not really a solution. And so whenever you move someone to a new version of the schema, now mapping between their current usage to the new usage is now like a significantly bigger challenge for them, right? Like either you are basically cutting them off as a client of your API, or you have created a whole bunch of work for them and potentially you to get them onto the new version of the schema. Whereas if you keep it within one schema and work on tooling to make that migration a bit more palatable, say, like you're still taking on a big problem. It's just much smaller than it would be otherwise.
Yeah, no, I mean, I think that obviously, I mean, makes a lot of sense, right? But kind of going back to Joey's point, right, it does kind of increase the pressure a little bit upfront to say, whatever we do in the schema is going to stay with us forever. And sure, it's really nice from kind of a continuous release point of view that you can just keep adding fields and keep deprecating older fields. But then it's harder to, like a version is also a really good communication device, right? It's like saying, hey, we have out of 100 different kinds of teams using this API, we have 50 on V1, 50 on V2. And so let's kind of keep talking closely to the 50 teams that are still on V1 and get them to upgrade to V2 quickly, right? Or that you have this one customer, especially if you're tying it to kind of cycles of like other people's releases, right? And teams that you don't control. It's not your team that's kind of building the application. It's not within the same org structure. A version is kind of a useful device to communicate with somebody, and it's useful useful as a way to say, hey, let's go and make sure that they upgrade from V1 to V2, right? Or they're still on V1 or whatever, right? It's easier to communicate than saying that, well, these people have like 5 deprecate fields, these people have like 10 deprecate fields, these people have 20 deprecate fields they're using, right? Which is maybe a harder thing to do, right? If you have like the release process and the entire API experience, which is kind of almost this continuous deploy, continuous release type variation on API, right? Which is that everything's just happening on the fly, then it makes sense. But otherwise, I think the version thing has a fairly legitimate appeal to it, I would say, right? Like, does that line up with kind of how it's been with you? How the kind of incentives at PayPal, Joey?
Yeah, so to kind of be clear about the reasons why we haven't done it yet. So we're the strategy still up in the air. Like, do we use a single endpoint with header values to say what version you're on? So, it makes migration easier. Like, what do we do there? That way people can be auto pushed to version 2 if they're not using any version 1 stuff that's going to get, killed. And one of the main reasons was, to alleviate that fear of schema design anxiety, and how are we able to make maybe egregious mistakes and correct them. So maybe, we didn't do errors right or something like, I don't know what it is, but we wanted an ability to say, okay, we clearly communicated that V1 has a lifespan and there could be anticipated changes. So the customers that adopted this understand very clearly that there is a strategy for versioning in the future if we need to. And that gives us the ability to say, okay, we made some really bad decisions on V1 around error handling or validation, and we're going to correct those, and it's kind of backwards incompatible, maybe. So we just wanted the flexibility around that. And maybe you have some more experience in this group, can tell me if that's a valid concern, or if versioning would even address that, or if something else would address
Actually, I'm
that.
kind of curious, is your use case primarily internal facing or external facing, where you control the clients, or like anyone could be hitting any field at any time and you have no control over that?
Yeah, so that's a good point. It's a little bit of both, but I would say let's concentrate on the fact that it will be an external API where we may or may not understand who the clients are, other than the observability that we have from metric.
So I think we have something sort of similar to where we have a public API that uses our GraphQL schema, and then we have like what our Twitter owned and operated clients use internally. So like, they're using the GraphQL schema to just like serve twitter.com or whatever. So I think for versioning totally makes sense if it's like an external thing. So like you can say to your like customers, like, hey, this is version 1, this is version 2. I think internally it's better to not have like an internal version. So you can say that to your customers, but internally, and for us, we've kind of done this as well. It's like okay to make mistakes, and the schema will, it's not going to be perfect forever. We kind of just had to get over that it wasn't going to be super clean always, because you have to deprecate fields, you have to add new things, you might mess something up, and that's okay. And it kind of, keeps it evolving internally. So there's not that like kind of version release thing. So it people can still develop and not feel like they're stuck by versions, but then external customers can still have their versions. So externally, you still have the versions, but internally it's like still moving continuously. And that's worked okay. As long as you're okay with like, hey, the schema is not going to be great. Like we've also like, spun around a little bit with how we're doing errors, and like we messed around with like the different ways we're going to do it. And like we've deprecated those things, but they still exist in the schema for the clients that were using them before. And it's like, that's okay, whatever. And like eventually we'll remove them, but they'll just stay there for now. That's like the tack we've taken. I don't know if that's what other people have done, but
it's kind of like, it's okay to be messy, kind of an approach, and that's not as bad as you might think it is. So don't clean it up with versioning. Is that kind of what I'm hearing?
Yeah, basically. Like just for like internally. Externally, I think it totally makes sense, because especially when people are like relying on like, hey, you changed some stuff under the hood, like we were expecting that makes more sense to me, to make it, more clear for your customers. But internally, it's like this stuff is just, it seems like harder for, development to happen. It's a lot easier if you're just like, okay, like, the schema is going to be a little messy sometimes, and that's all right.
Yeah. We've drawn the same line. I think everyone really comes to this line. I think there were 4 buckets we put them in. There was internal and external, and then like known and unknown. I forget what the buckets were, but yeah, they all have a different way of consuming the API. And the internal customers, we are actually letting them do a little bit more of what they want. Like I said, they can extend the graph. We're not really holding their hands so much until a unified graph is fully stood up. Then maybe we'll come around and say, hey guys, can we all get on the same page. But for now, yeah, internal guys, they do whatever they want. We're focusing on external for the very first part of this.
Yeah, that's I think we tried to avoid versioning for a while, but now we've kind of switched to this mode where you can have different views, almost an entirely different APIs on different versions, and it makes a lot of other things easier for people because unfortunately it's not like GraphQL adoption is happening at the same pace everywhere, right? So for a lot of people, when they think about like an update process, right? So for them, it's much easier to say, oh, you know, we have a version of our API and a new version of our API, and we're going to do a gradual rollout because the change is significant, like underlying things have changed significantly. So we want to keep V1 and V2 around for a while, and then we want to get rid of V1 when nobody's using V1, right? It's much easier for them to think about from a rolling out perspective, right? And it fits in better it gives them kind of more options when they think about the way they do change management, right? So that has been that's definitely been a driver to ease people into GraphQL, right? As opposed to saying, well, no, the only way you can do versioning is to have a deprecated flag, right? And then everybody's like, well, no, I mean, half of my clients are not even using GraphQL clients, right? They're just like copy pasting that into an HTTP client and just using it, say, for example, if that's they're earlier on there, right? So they don't have all of that tooling set up. They don't want to bother with all of that tooling setup, right? They a lot of the times the appeal of GraphQL has, and I mean, maybe this might be something that we've all seen in the community, right? Which is that there's two kind of like these appealing things about GraphQL, right? There's one thing which is the technical performance improvement thing, right? That GraphQL brings a standard way of doing a performance improvement, which is one side, and the other side of the GraphQL thing, which is that it's just fundamentally better tooling for API exploration and documentation, and the platform model, right? Documenting the platform models that you have and the methods that you have on that model. It's just a much better experience. And that has nothing to do with performance almost, right? You don't care. You're like, yeah, sure, whatever, make however many queries. At this point, you're looking at GraphQL and you don't care about fragments. You don't care about advanced things, right? You just care about the fact that you have a nicer API model and that it's really nice to browse, right? Like Sean and co built the Explorer tool, right? Which is like a plugin that you can add to GraphQL, which gives you this really nice sidebar that you can use to kind of browse through your schema, right? And that is just extremely powerful. It doesn't even matter what the technical benefits of GraphQL are at that point. You're just like, yeah, whatever, that doesn't matter. But the fact that I have such a nice way to understand my API and browse it and explore it is very appealing, right? So I think when it kind of the appeal of GraphQL is kind of more on that side, then people kind of they just want their traditional API concepts to work along with the API exploration benefit of GraphQL. And those traditional concepts are things like versioning, but also things like error handling and whatnot, right? The way that works, they would like to keep that working and kind of get that benefit from GraphQL, right? And so, I mean, on that kind of exploration and documentation side of the GraphQL API, have you folks been doing anything interesting on the way that you're providing that documentation on a GraphQL API? Are you using kind of schema documentation? Is there more advanced tooling that you've explored on that front and to kind of browse that GraphQL API, or has that largely been kind of documenting it within the inline kind of schema docs?
I had just one note I wanted to add into that versioning thing. Sorry, Tom, I know you just introed the next section, but I think this might go without saying, and I do want to make sure for folks that are listening that we're covering some of our bases here. I think we're making some assumptions here that we have schema conventions in place, and I think for hearing our conversation, it might feel like, oh, just be really good at evolution, but there are certain patterns that really put you in a hole. And if you can avoid those as much as possible, I think there's some basic conventions that are really valuable, including naming conventions around input types, response, all those kinds of things, payload types, mutation types, like all of those give you that flexibility to grow. But if you don't have those in place, you're going to get stuck, especially if you have queries that return scalars or anything that returns a scalar, having custom types for all those. We found that by establishing those conventions, we have the flexibility to add new properties. And I think those are things that you want to instill in your graph really early on. Things like pagination, I think, is a really critical one. You're absolutely going to need pagination. So figure that out and don't let people just return array elements, right? But I think those are the kinds of things that will help with evolution of the graph as you grow as well.
I think just other thing to add on that is like being really careful about making anything non-nullable, because as soon as you do that, like things just become super breakable, and like GraphQL, I think, is nullable by default for a reason. And like really, really think hard before you take away the fact that something is nullable, I would say.
Yeah, that's true. And I've heard several times that a lot of the conventions lead to the path of relay as well. When you kind of start thinking about adding together those, look at Sean nodding wisely. But yes, exactly, which is that we've had this conversation before, which is that a lot of these conventions around the way that you deal with arrays and the some of those conventions that you layer on. The relay is a little bit kind of harder or more peculiar than just a simple GraphQL client, because it layers on a lot of those conventions from the very beginning, right? And there is a cost to that, but that's kind of in there.
I think it goes to a lot of the work that's happening in the GraphQL sphere. Having specifications for these things is really nice, because you can understand exactly what the context is for these decisions. And I think, I think the relay specification is really strong. I've seen it come up multiple times, regardless of what client you're using. And that's because they've thought through a lot of these use cases. Now, I think there are extensions to it that people add in, shortcuts to some of the constructs and little things here and there, but I think they're really valuable. And, maybe there's enough space here that there is, a set of like evolvability conventions or standards where, hey, we should probably all just, standardize on some set of these things that make extensibility easy. Because I think by default, it's really easy to fall into some of these traps that you would only learn by productionizing something like the nullability thing or, pagination or things like that.
Yep. I think that Uri, any notes on the versioning thing? I saw a camera go off, but I remember asking this question. What if kind of working with kind of different clients and different stages and harsh environments, what have you seen with versioning and GraphQL APIs, and the temptation of doing that or avoiding doing that?
You don't have to ask me every question that is being asked. No, I'm joking. But I actually wanted to ask on the what John just mentioned. Do you think there's some of those practices could be let's say implemented as lint rules on schemas and queries?
Yeah, definitely. I think what I am more talking about is just like, how like Prettier just has the opinions and it just says, do this, and like, let's not keep talking about this. Like input types, like let's just have them be ended with input or something like that, or payloads, whatever it is. But let's just have that set up so that you don't have to keep making these decisions over and over again. So however they get implemented, I certainly think they could be implemented that way. But understanding, I feel like if you are new to GraphQL, putting together all of the different things here into one place is really tough, because you hit each as you go along. But going to Joey's point about like how we deal with evolvability, like some of these are kind of no-brainers, and I think those are the ones that I think more people should know about.
Yeah, along those notes, I'm not especially new to GraphQL, I've been using it for a while, and I was shocked to find that there is like a GraphQL relay JS or something along these lines that actually does a lot of this stuff, where you're like, I want a connection node. It's like, cool, here's like, just give me the name and I'll name everything appropriately and I'll figure out pagination for you. And I was like, why, how did I not know about this? I was manually building out each one of these fields before.
On that note about best practices, I want to mention GraphQL rules, and I know the author of it. He's a Russian speaker from Kazakhstan, so he don't speak a lot of in English-speaking community, but he's like popular GraphQL speaker in like our part of the world. So he created this project, and I think it's hosted on GitHub. And he basically translated his slides into this site. So you can, if you're interested, you can contribute there. And I think he basically like watch a lot of GraphQL talks, and he borrow a lot of stuff from Sasha talk about error handling and like best practices, and from a bunch of other talks, and he wrote it as a web website. So if you're interested, you can contribute to there.
This looks great. Thanks for the link.
Yeah, for folks that are watching, we'll post that on YouTube, but it's it's on GitHub. It's GitHub/GraphQL rules/GraphQL rules or GraphQLrules.com, GraphQL-rules.com, which will take you to this list of kind of assembled best practices across naming and input types and argument types and for lists and array types and stuff like that. So this looks pretty spectacular actually. Yeah. And so I think on one of the next pieces that I wanted to talk about or bring up and see if somebody's people are doing interesting things, and especially Joey, given the kind of incentive or the rationale for kind of a unified graph, what kind of tooling is emerging or required, or things that you want to do around GraphQL documentation or exploration, right? Is there stuff that is stuff that people are thinking about, or stuff that people have done beyond over and above graphical? I know Sean was building codecs for browsing the GraphQL API, but would love to hear kind of what what folks are doing. Maybe Joey, if you don't kick things off with if there's any efforts that are happening at PayPal.
Yeah, sure. So like I said, we're still at the beginning, so a lot of this stuff is still vaporware and ideas and things. But one of the ideas that I had, that we currently have a API validator for our REST services. So whenever you design a REST service, you give the Swagger file, and it tells you all about what you need to fix. That tries to keep our APIs in line. So you're naming things correctly. You're using all the same return types and stuff like that. We want to do the same thing for GraphQL, because we're going to have multiple schemas being federated together. So as these schemas onboard, the first thing we want to do is inject this tool as early as possible in the development lifecycle, right? So that they don't have to come back to us and say, oh, you want me to change all my names, or you want me to do this? So what I thought was really neat was, I've been a part of these schema design reviews now, where service teams come out, from everywhere, contacting me like, oh, we want to be part of Unified Graph? Let's do this design process. So I'm thinking I want to invest in schema design review process. I want that to be really nice, because that's going to be like kind of running the show for a while, is getting these things on board, federating the architecture so that domain architects can participate and we don't have to be a bottleneck for that. But that means we have to set a lot of ground rules, and we have to create some tools. One of the tools that I thought would be really neat, that kind of feeds into our validation, we have this idea of maturity models. So an API can reach, maturity level 1 through 5, depending on what criteria they meet. There's a bunch of criteria that you have to get to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, right? And this is a pretty cool way to get teams to kind of gamify a little bit. And I was thinking that it would be nice to, during schema design review, take something like GraphQL Voyager, which, I think you guys are pretty familiar with. It shows your schema, and you can kind of click around. This is a great way to talk about the schema with other people in the room and on a video chat, instead of just going through SDLs and trying to link together where the types show up. It is nice to, during a schema review, look at a visual representation of it. Well, I thought it'd be really nice if I could just add a plugin to Voyager, which would instantly light up red on fields and nodes that did not adhere to the validation rules, and it'll tell them you're not level 3 because you didn't do these 4 things. So you can pick the maturity level that you want to light up the schema on. And so I have kind of this idea of making schema review a first-class citizen and a really nice experience. It just seems like an area of concentration that I don't know has been focused on very much, but it applies to us a lot.
I think
that sounds cool.
think Lee talked about this like when they were implementing it very early at Facebook, in that they did have like a very kind of strict schema review process and like a team of like maybe 2 or 3, like him and like Dan Schrock and a couple other people, when like they were onboarding new teams. And like by doing that early on, it kind of like established these principles of the graph that then kind of allowed it now to, obviously he's not there anymore, and so it allowed it to then mature like kind of on its own with like, but people were able to go off these established principles. So I do think it's kind of a good idea to, especially when you're working across a large organization, to kind of have like some set of people that are setting these, whatever your kind of rules are early on, and establishing for the early partners in the unified graph. And then when you're adding people later, it just becomes easier that there are like kind of these set of rules.
No, that makes sense. Are any other experiments that folks have had, or things that people have been building for kind of talking about the GraphQL schema, sharing it, and then aiding that in the design process?
So we recently needed something, like we saw that we are becoming, in many companies, you see those teams, and then you see those teams that are basically a lot of reviews are flowing through them, and they become sometimes a bottleneck, and sometimes it feels like a repeated process, and it feels like you repeat a lot of the things that, a lot of the comments, you know, PR after PR. And so what we thought was to try to actually put it into like GraphQL ESLint. So recently we created this new library like GraphQL ESLint, and we were surprised by the amount of custom plugins that we could build with it, and the amount of like how, like, just by, you know, going through the AST and like coming up with all kinds of repeated rules. And you know, what we started sharing it in each company. What we hope is that soon, you know, we can start sharing those rules with the community. Yeah, so that's, it's a start, but it already helped us a lot. So
that's pretty cool. And I think that's the sort of thing that Joey is going to integrate with GraphQL Voyager and then open source, so that all of us get that's
actually ESLint was somebody from Venmo actually contributed to it. So, you know, Ilya Volodin. So I'm probably going to talk to him. I want to talk to him, see if we can get him involved in this Voyager plugin, and we can have ESLint visualized.
Yeah, he was super nice. Like, he built it, and then we opened it, and he was like super happy to collaborate. Like, yeah, for sure.
That's so. And any other notes from folks on tooling for GraphQL schema design and talking about that across teams? All right, and then maybe, so then perhaps sorry, go ahead.
So
no, go ahead.
I don't want to just name drop tools, but so one of the things that once you start analyzing, because that's all comes up, all those things can be, you know, I think actually Ivan made an amazing talk once of like how to build, how easy, I don't remember exactly the title, but like how powerful it can be once you start building toolings on top of like schemas and
yeah,
queries.
It was a 10-minute lightning talk, right? Like he just coded up like a live tool, a GraphQL tool. I remember that.
Yeah,
that was amazing.
Yeah. So like building on that, that's basically a lot of the stuff that we do, and there's a lot of cool stuff you can do. I mean, and there's also, I think, a lot of stuff that are missing, like in a community that is necessary. For example, so let's say you have a number of different teams and they all work, and just by like having like, I don't know, a shared registry of like reading all those schemas, even if you're not doing much with that registry, you can start analyzing that registry with a lot of cool stuff, and it can pop up a lot of I don't know, interesting things you can see just by making it visible and accessible to everyone. So, one thing that we have this tool called GraphQL Inspector, and we just every week we come up with like random ideas to add things to it. One of them is just going through all the fields and just look how syntactically similar they are. So then, you have, suddenly you get like a lot of fields that are like, I don't know, 95% like similar just by their text in different teams. And then you're like, oh, maybe we could like, that's a conversation that could happen. So yeah, just by starting to gather this data and having cool tools to like walk through the AST and through the queries, you can find a lot of different things. Another thing is like, you could look at like, one thing we added recently was schema coverability, like how much, just by going through your, let's say you have access through a number of different repositories and their queries, you can now kind of like get what are all the fields in your schema that even, putting aside all the live data and everything, which of course is also very important, but just get a random idea of how many fields in your schema are just not being used anywhere in your code base. And there's so many cool tools you can do. I really recommend Ivan's talk because it's like a big inspiration.
Yeah, and we like GraphQL Inspector, so thank you.
Gary, can we deprecate the ESLint plugin GraphQL and just send all that traffic over to the guild?
To deprecate what? Which one?
The other ESLint plugin GraphQL.
Well, that's a conversation that we're trying to do for a while. I think there's a lot of tools out there that are not being maintained so actively, and yeah, maybe so. We thought what to do with it for a while. That's was we build the guild around this problem, right? Like why there are so many tools that are good, but then for 2 years nobody's maintaining them and the community is still trying to use them, and then there's a bad experience using them. One thing that is happening that's related to that is that without doing we try to reach out to a lot of of course, owners, and we try to help and we try to contribute to them, instead of taking, first thing we try is just to contribute to their repositories that sometimes they don't want or they ignore. Sometimes they transfer it to us. Sometimes we just help individuals. But one thing we done recently, which is really cool, is there's now an open PR for the new code page of graphql.org. And that code, the new code page, first of all, is very up to date. And second of all, it sorts libraries by their, we build in the build process of Gatsby, we take the stars, the NPM downloads, but also the commits, and we filter out bots like Renovate and Dependabot and stuff, and then you can see if the library actually is being maintained or not. And it's kind of puts different weights on each of them. And the idea is that you're starting to use GraphQL, you end up at the code page. So let's minimize the possibility for you to end up on something that is not maintained. So I hope that will help. It didn't land yet. Just now, Orta basically approved the PR from Arda from the guild. So hopefully tomorrow or the day after, it's going to go live. And yeah, and I hope you can all review it and add all the tools that you think are missing.
That's going to be amazing. What all metrics do you look at, Uri, for the activity?
So this thing is never, the idea behind it was you can't have it perfectly, right?
Right, of course.
But the idea was popularity, which you can take, GitHub stars, and you can take whatever language package downloads, if it's .NET or NPM or things like that, and then GitHub history. So we take the list of recent commits, and then we filter out the bots, like renovate and those things.
Right.
And then kind of like, and then there's a question: how do you? You can look at the PR. Maybe I'll link the PR. There's a lot of discussions there about, how should we rate
ranking
the number of commits or the number of lines, or it's you can trick this for sure. But I think anyway, it's the current results. It's at least better, and that was our goal, just to be better than to have something, to be better and maybe minimize the possibilities for beginners to end up with a library that would just not work, and their initial experience will be hard. For us, we can look at the library, try it out, see it fails, still figure it out. But for beginners, it's hard. So that was the goal. And we would love help on it. Like, I think it's very important because it's a page that a lot of people are landing on, especially beginners. And yeah, hopefully they get the best experience to start GraphQL with. I'll link the PR.
Could you link us to the PR? Yeah. That'd be awesome. Cool. And so I think on the moving to kind of maybe on the a little bit on the documentation side, Sean, would you like to talk a little bit about kind of the work that you've been doing with Codex, or would Sean's photo like to talk about it? Anything ideal?
Yeah, sure. So there are a couple of things. So one is, you want like bare minimum is just generate some documentation based off of your schema introspection. But like, it's not especially useful, right? Like that assumes you have a pretty deep knowledge, right? Like documentation inside the schema is like, you have found the terminal node already, and you're like, cool, now I can inspect what this thing is. But actually, if you're new to an API, like you actually have to traverse from the root usually. You're trying to find like your use case and figure out how to actually get to there. So we've actually built, one thing is a GraphQL plugin where you can submit an example from inside of GraphQL, and it'll just, whatever you're running in there, if you find it might be useful, you can just give it a title, a description, optionally include the results, and basically just push from there. And that'll open up a PR on our side so that we now have an example like submitted from our users. But once that gets merged, what happens is we then walk through that example, which also has like a textual description, obviously, right? Like a human description of how to merge a GitHub pull request or how to refund a customer on Stripe. And we find all of the objects and fields that are referenced there. And now inside of the schema documentation, anytime you do find a field, right? If you're looking for like a Stripe customer or something, you're like, that's that terminal node, but you're not sure how to actually use it, how to get there. Now you have all these examples, and we've actually indexed and said, well, actually this field or this object is referenced in these examples here. So if you're curious about this object, here are all the different ways that people have suggested you can use it. And then this is also really nice because it means that whenever we have, if we were to propose breaking changes, we would know exactly when our documentation was no longer correct. Right? Because on every build of this, it's just a static Gatsby site at the end of the day, but it does check against the actual GraphQL schema, and any examples that are no longer valid will fail the build. And so now we know that our documentation is always up to date, and our examples are always working. And then the next step is to actually provide long form tutorials. So basically just markdown files that you drop in. But then you can include little GraphQL code snippets. And what will happen is it will actually embed a GraphQL instance there, and it will allow you to try it from inside of GraphQL Codex. And literally what I'm working on right now is some last bit of code generation, where we take your GraphQL query and we turn it into like a full Apollo React app with like forms and pagination or relay or HTML or whatever. And the goal there being, all right, you found this example for how to use this API. Here's a textual description, but then there's still this big gap of saying, well, I don't know how to take this GraphQL and actually get into a useful context. I know that Uri, as always, has done a lot of work in this area as well. But it's really nice to be able to take that example and say, well, show me how to do this in Ruby. And then I can just copy and paste that. And now I have an exact, like, whenever I'm searching for a human description of like how to refund a charge in Stripe, I can find that example, kind of read and understand it, but then copy and paste working code that I can just kind of put inside of my app right away. So our goal has been to, one, make sure that the entire pipeline is there, right? So from being able to search for examples, experiment with it, and then get into a useful context, but then also make it so that sourcing those examples is really easy. So that's why, like, anytime we see on Twitter someone asking how to do X or Y with one of the APIs, literally just like go in Graphql, click around, and then send them a link, and then they go directly to this page with a new example. And it's been really helpful for kind of making sure that we don't lose the developers at certain parts of the funnel, because there are a lot of steps to actually, I guess, successfully activating a developer on a GraphQL API.
Yeah, makes sense. And I think so. I think to summarize that, right? Like, I think two things there. Like one I think is using Graphql itself as a place where you can kind of extend it in a custom way to source kind of examples, right? So you, instead of just having like you type in a GraphQL query and you say play and you get the GraphQL query to run, you're going to have like another button that says like convert to example, right? Or submit example. And then I try out the query, I submit example, I add some metadata to it, some more kind of human metadata to it, and that becomes a live example, and that gets pushed to the documentation, right? So that and that integration should be something that people can build on their own as well, right? For their own APIs, it should be too hard to kind of source that from your developers as they're using it. That's very cool. And the second idea, if I understood that right, was basically saying that if you're using documentation, the part of your documentation where you're embedding or referencing a GraphQL query, that should be a machine readable type as well, so that you can keep linting your documentation, or you have like the CI tooling on your documentation that you can extract all the GraphQL parts, run that through some kind of introspection or whatever, and check if things are out of date or you want to mark things as deprecated or something, right? So I think both of those ideas are actually super cool. One of the things that we've also been thinking about is kind of this idea of pushing people towards almost a kind of a model dictionary or a data dictionary that can be built from the GraphQL schema, or whatever the underlying IR is, that is bringing together a lot of those data sources, and having kind of a data dictionary that helps you understand what these different data models are, and almost attach a CMS to it, right? So that it's almost as if, imagine that the GraphQL introspection result could be joined with, or could reference a metadata, a CMS API that talks about the schema as well. So then you can, if you can do that, then basically what you can do is you can get the introspection result and stuff that is embedded in GraphQL, but then you can also have that field reference something in a CMS and pull out kind of more structured data about that field, right? So that's also an idea that we've been playing around with, and we'll put together kind of working on putting together an open source project that makes that easier. That should be, I think that should be very, very useful for people who are looking at adding kind of more structured documentation around their GraphQL schema, right? Like maybe internationalization, or saying that here's the field, this is what it means, this is what it means in different languages, here's an attached image to it, right? Things that can't just go into the GraphQL schema documentation, right? And so I think that should be super interesting as well. Any other notes that folks would like to share on the GraphQL documentation exploration on the developer usage side of things?
I maybe have a question to people. So let's say there's a number of different teams and a number of different sources to gather schemas from, and maybe it's GraphQL, maybe it's not necessarily GraphQL, maybe it's like tons of different services that expose whatever other types of schema, like gRPC or Thrift or anything like that. I think, a step before, all the tools we just talked about is kind of like, also let's gather everything, and gathering everything in a way that is not necessarily mean that we need to now, I don't know, centralized everything, but just to get like a catalog of all the different services and all the different stuff. And I wonder if anyone here, like if you have that problem at all, or if you've done or have any toolings to do that. And
Yeah, so that's exactly the tooling that we're trying to build, right? So there's like one part of which I think that will be very useful, right? Because that kind of is that second part of GraphQL where you don't really care about the API, you want the catalog. You care about a sensible, coherent catalog. That's what you really want. Whether you use a GraphQL API or a REST API or gRPC or whatever doesn't matter, as long as I can go through the 1 million data models that I have inside the organization, right, in a sane way, and then use stuff, right? And so we've been it's an interesting approach where we're kind of like doing some things similar to like what Sean talked about, what you're doing with GraphQL Mesh, where you're using GraphQL as an IR, as an intermediate representation of getting together data sources. That's one excuse for getting them together, and then layering on documentation and tooling on top of that, right? And then at the end of the day, whether you use a GraphQL API to go through that to that data source, or whether you use something else, that doesn't matter. But at least now you have some ability to browse your API, right? There is a graph with which you can browse your API and make sense of it, right? So I think that's going to be really powerful for enterprise type folks and folks who just have like millions of models just lying around of varying kind of vintages, right? So that should be.
You're open sourcing it? You're open sourcing it?
Of course. Everything's open source, man.
Yes.
Yeah. Unlike, let me just call out Sasha. A lot of the tools that you have, you should be open sourcing them. What's with that? So many cool things that you mentioned, right?
Okay, so Strato is like the one thing that's really like, I think everyone would love to open source, and it's just like really difficult to open source because it's so like integrated. It's so like Twitter, everything's like Twitterified. So it's like the one thing that I think would be awesome to open source, but like, I don't even know where to start. But Twitter has open sourced some stuff. I think like Stitch has just been open sourced, which is cool. I don't know.
Oh, what is Stitch? I mean,
I think it's if you use like Finagle or something, but it's for like stitching requests together, like futures or promises or whatever your flavor of that is.
Okay. Fair enough. That makes sense. Just a little bit better than nothing. I think on the one of the other topics that I wanted to discuss, especially to see how that's evolved, is experiences that folks have had around error handling, and especially integration with kind of APM tools, right? Things like one of the problems that I've seen often is not error handling at like the GraphQL semantic level, which is where the TLDR is watch Sasha's talk, but the bit of the error handling bit which needs to integrate with tools. Like for example, a lot of people have tooling that tells them API health, right? Or they have like some kind of monitoring that tells them, hey, here's a bunch of 500s happened or 400s happened, and it goes and pages somebody, right? And there's a lot of like almost SaaS tooling or tooling that has developed in this ecosystem specifically for REST APIs that is just completely absent for GraphQL, right? And especially for enterprise, we've seen that become a big deal because currently, if you want to understand if a particular GraphQL API is throwing an error, you have to essentially inspect the response, right? And so this external tool that you want that tells you something about understanding whether the GraphQL API is healthy or not has to kind of inspect that. You need to give it access to your response data, which is something that like folks who are building their entire stack can do. But everybody else, it's just prohibitively expensive because you just have to go through a lot of hoops, right? You have to be like, well, here's this external APM tool or this other tool that I want to use, but now it has to get access to my response data to see if there's errors or not, right? And all I really want to know is whether there's 5xx's or 4xx's or whatever. Have you folks run into challenges like that? A, I mean, does my question make sense? And B, have you folks run into challenges like that? And what has that been like over as you've been using GraphQL?
Yes, I don't have an answer for this. I have like more questions. It's like sort of related to that, but one of the problems that we have, and I think this is sort of what you're saying, is it's like, GraphQL kind of has this like, oh, we have 200s. It's like, if you get any response back, it's like, it's always like a 200. And unless something's like completely wrong, it's a 500. And so there's no in between. And when you're in like the, the REST world with HTTP, it's like, those status codes are what you rely on. But with a GraphQL world, it's kind of like those are sort of meaningless because it's like, well, we're connecting to all these different things, and like you can get some of it back. And especially with things like, like defer, it's like, did that, maybe we're waiting for it, maybe we're waiting for a response, and like partial errors, things like that. So we don't have like a great solution for it. And that's like one of the things that's been hard is like with our front end, they're kind of built in expecting all of these sorts of like status codes to tell you what this, how well your service is doing, and like if your GraphQL API is up. So I just have that question as well, I guess, is what I'm saying. I don't know. It's really annoying. So.
Two votes for this problem, 2-0 so far. 2 Sasha and Tanmay, 0 community in telling us what to do. But folks, have you been have you had to kind of deal with these problems, and what are the kind of things that you've built around it? John, has that happened, or have you kind of the error handling stack or the health monitoring stack that you have on the client and the service level, how has that evolved?
Unfortunately, I have the same problem. We take the 200 and then we introspect the result to say it's broken. So that's what all of our health charts look like, unfortunately.
Yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense. I mean, one of the things that I've been hoping for is kind of arriving at some kind of some specification that gives us a bijection between a GraphQL response and a REST thing. Which is not important for using the GraphQL API, but it becomes important to integrate with other tooling that already works with REST. So if there is a spec that tells you, if you do things this way, there is theoretically a bijection between like what you're doing in GraphQL and what you have on REST, then all your tooling will work, right? And then you can just plug that thing in and have that work, right? That would be amazing. And so you can just kind of install that on your GraphQL service and be like, cool, now I'm going to emit like useful things for the REST service, right? So I don't know what that looks like, but that's something that we've been thinking about deeply because it's a massive challenge. It's like, and especially as the GraphQL spec keeps evolving with defer and stream and stuff like that, the further this piece falls, right? Like this becomes even harder. To kind of bring back into the entire ecosystem, right? Because everybody else is far down the whole REST adoption kind of journey, right? Where they have all of this tooling built out. So for them, it's a massive problem. But Uri, because I'm going to ask you all the questions, anything interesting that you can't do 4-0 now. 3-0 is already there. You have to come up with something.
But I think Joey wanted to say something.
I'll go before you.
Go for it, Joey.
I don't have anything great to add except for we are also, of course, facing the same problem. This is actually a really timely discussion for my journey because literally everything that we're running into, we're talking about right now. So I'm all ears. But yeah, we started with 200. Hey, that's the way to do it. Partial success, partial failure, and we're all in. And then we were like, well, we have a lot of tools that really, really like status code. So we actually decided that it might be okay to break the mold again, but we don't know how yet. So coming soon, guys. We don't know.
It seems to me that like the goal of it is presumably to try to tie failures to the appropriate team or the appropriate source location, right? So the way we've been thinking about it, we have a different use case, but the way I've been thinking about it anyway is effectively to take the errors, right? So you get GraphQL, it's 200 is fine. Introspect the errors, you look at the path, but you pair that up with which object is this actually referring to? Which object in which field is actually referring to in the schema, and what team owns that? And now you can like start to actually communicate the errors to the right team, and it's a little bit easier to plug that into, because now that becomes effectively a 400, a 200, whatever it might be, assuming you can canonicalize your errors at the path. That effectively becomes a REST error, right? There's some endpoints. The endpoint in this case is either a field or an object, and you can just kind of upstream that a little bit more easily. But you do need to integrate effectively the schema, team, and error responses.
I think the bigger issue for us is like we know like where the error happened and like what team it belongs to, but it's like not clear on how to tell if your service or if it's healthy or not. Like if you get back most of the responses, for whatever, like the query, but you don't get back something about like the user, it's like, does that mean that we didn't have the user, or does it mean like, is there actually something wrong now? Like the user is missing, like the user service is down, and like, or, something goofy is going on. It's like trying to understand like when you can report to like whatever, metrics or whatever, that like things are good, or like actually we should like page someone, I think is, at least that's like what our issue is. It's like, we know where the error like came from, but then it's trying to figure out like, when do we say this is okay still, like keep going, it's going to figure itself out or not. And I think that's what we have trouble with.
I think that's been the that's the challenge as well, right? Like you need to have some kind of quality of service dashboard metric thing that tells you what's happening. And it's really hard to build that. Or you just have to bite the bullet and build everything.
REST? I mean, it seems like you still have the same challenge in REST, right? Where effectively you have an endpoint and it is returning some status codes, and maybe it'll figure itself out. Like maybe it won't. Like, I mean,
but
it feels
at least
like,
you know, right? At least you know that. At least if you can have a little dashboard that tells you, hey, you have like 99%, 200s, 1% is 4xxing or is 5xxing, and then you'll be like, cool, I have to worry about this. And it can be completely like an external tool, right? That you can just plug in, integrated PagerDuty, everybody's getting paged, things are happening, right? Whereas here you just have to rebuild a lot of that. I remember, I was talking to Evan from Shopify, and he was talking about how they basically are taking all of the response data that they're generating from GraphQL, and they're chucking all of that into a gigantic data warehouse, and they're running queries on that, and they're building tooling on that, which is now becoming their operational tooling, right? They're saying that there's nothing better to do. There's just so much data now. There's so many things that can happen. This whole thing has to be reinvented. Let's just take all the information, put it inside internal data warehouse, write a bunch of like SQL views or things like that, right? And then just use that to build our dashboards that tell us what's happening. Because I mean, what else are you going to do, right? But that's a huge, like that's a hammer instead of I don't know what the metaphor is.
I'm sure there'll be several startups that come out of that specifically in the future.
Fingers crossed, folks. Fingers crossed. Stay tuned. And it's Startup News 2021. New startups that will solve GraphQL error handling. But on that related note of error handling, because it does seem like nobody has a solution. Uri, you're only allowed to say something if you have a solution at this point. Literally, everybody, no?
I mean,
okay,
what I wanted to say was just, so maybe in our cases, mostly, you're coming up, you're building in most cases, we are building a GraphQL gateway, let's say, on top of existing services that were already there and were already being monitored, like, are they up or down? And in that case, like, maybe the need was a bit different, was just like to make sure that the gateway is up and is fine, because the existing monitoring toolings that were there basically are telling, like, if a specific REST service before was down or up, and if we need to. So
exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. That's exactly that. I think we can. One other way of thinking about that question is, suppose, for example, I wanted to set up a highly available GraphQL service, right? If I had a health check kind of endpoint, right, then what I could have done is I would have had some kind of a load balancer, right? And then I'm proxying to a REST service. The REST service starts returning like non-200s, right? The health check on the load balancer flips and points to the other REST service in a different region, right? Things happen basically, like failover happens, right? Because external tooling like AWS tooling can very effectively get instant integration saying that a service is down or the service quality is low. If you think about kind of failover and HA of this single point of failure GraphQL service, how have folks been doing that, right? Like whatever approach people have taken. Basically, it's like GraphQL is a single point of failure. How have you fixed it? Kind of question, right? Has that a question that's come up? How have you addressed it?
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely been a problem. Having a monolith where there was previously not a monolith is kind of frustrating for some teams that wanted to they have their application and it depends on a few things, and maybe they make it Rambo to certain failures, but if it fails in GraphQL for any reason, it kind of like shuts down the whole application, which is a little frustrating. This is kind of why I'm digging on the, every team having a GraphQL endpoint that is the same, but operationally. So operationally they're separate, but the schema is the same, so that teams can figure that out for themselves. But the problem with that is always just maintaining, figuring out what version of the underlying things that you're talking about.
That's interesting. It's kind of more like you're using GraphQL like a shared API type library that everybody uses, and you're only allowed to build stuff in your API if you use the shared API type library. And so everybody has the same the coherent set of API types, but operationally it's still different, right? So that is actually that's a very interesting thought actually. Any other
clients don't care, so.
Yeah, exactly. Clients don't care, right? Clients don't care whether it's one endpoint or two.
But I wonder, like, my question is, like, I wonder if, like, is that a real problem? Like, let's say we have a number of different teams, and they, each one, they separate their responsibilities in whatever way, but at the end of the day, there's like a build process and it starts a new version. And now, one specific team builds something, let's say, I don't know, like added a type, and the type is broken and it's going to break the server. And for some reason, during the build process and during all of that, it didn't break. We didn't catch it. Yeah, and then we go into production and we roll out the new version, and then this new version starts to fail. Right, it fails the whole server. Now, like any deployment, with whatever I don't know, whatever way you use Kubernetes to manage that, you gradually roll up and you find out there's a problem. I mean, why is that not enough? Like is this is really like?
So I think
are you really needing to like start separating each team for its own instances and deploy them separately? Like, isn't Kubernetes and like gradual rollups and stuff like that are powerful enough to handle this issue?
I think it depends on kinds of failures that you have, right? Like, for example, if you have operational failures where the schema is totally fine, the schema is not a problem, but you're hitting some part of the thing that's causing like an out of memory thing because of the problem that you're facing with one particular part of where you're handling that GraphQL request. And this is kind of more at the gateway level, right? I'm not talking about at the upstream service, but the thing that's processing it, for some reason, it's not a GraphQL schema problem. It's not a build problem. It's an operational problem, right? And so now you have to make sure that you're able to capture that reduced health, indicate that to your Kubernetes, whatever your load balancer, whatever your Kubernetes service is. Something has to get information that the health or the quality of service is reduced, and you should be hitting a different version of this, or you should be doing something, right? Which that tooling or that ability to tell things is a little better figured out for REST APIs. There's a little more tooling there that you can just throw in a proxy in front of a microservice and let that proxy emit health and tell you it'll update the health status of that service based on status codes. It's a very easy, low friction way of doing this, right? That you just throw in this proxy. There's no code. Nobody has to do anything. It'll just automatically update the health of the service that says whether it's good or not, right? That is kind of one of the challenges that we've seen. I mean, it can be done. It just has to be done. That's all. On that note, then sorry.
Yeah, I was just going to add in. I think some of this is again, these come down to organizational constraints more than anything else. And when you go from a method where people tend to be able to own their entire, execution path, and then there's failures in the monolith that are not related to anything that your application cares about. Maybe it's failures in a part of the schema that's not owned by this team or anything like that. Then there is opportunities for frustration. And I think that's where, going back to like REST world, it's like, hey, like I have my microservice that runs this one application. And so I wouldn't have had to deal with this failure if I hadn't gone through GraphQL kind of deal.
On a related note, but behind the GraphQL service, if the GraphQL gateway or the monolith that you built out that is querying multiple upstream sources, right? Is there kind of like this circuit breaking logic or failover logic that you're building into your GraphQL services when they're talking to upstream data sources? If you know what I mean, right? It's like the GraphQL service also has to perform a similar function of kind of what a load balancer does, right? When it says that I'm talking to this service, this upstream data source, but this upstream data source is erroring out, it's not healthy, it's slow, and so don't speak to this like replica, speak to the other replica, right? Or speak to the other region version of it, right? Or are you not doing that because you're speaking to that other service through a load balancer in the middle as well? Have those kinds of constraints around the typical kind of gateway problems, right? High availability, failover, circuit breaking. Are those concerns kind of coming into the GraphQL services that you're building, or are you somehow able to separate that from your service, from the GraphQL service that you're building? What has that experience been like? Oh, you all just have a really good network where stuff doesn't go down, is it? That's awesome.
Can we throw item potency in there? I'm also curious.
There you go. Yes, absolutely, and item potency as well. That's a big one though. But yeah.
What I mean, this is part of the complexity is that when you have these gateway, it is a gateway the same way that an edge gateway would be, and so we have to deal with a lot of the operational requirements for that. We end up hitting our upstream services on Envoy, so that deals with the routing and all that jazz.
Right.
We do have some timeouts. I think the thing about GraphQL that's a little bit, because the very last thing in a GraphQL query can hold up the entire query, we definitely try and make sure that those requests are going as quickly as possible. But yeah, there's definitely thinking about GraphQL servers in general is different than the gateway approach. There's just different operational requirements.
Yeah. For other folks, this has not been a challenge when you're speaking to multiple sources of data upstream. Sean?
No, not really. I mean, I think it's like we communicate the errors. Like we're much more of like a middleman, I guess, in this case, right? Like we canonicalize the errors. We do our best job to get as much success across as possible, as quickly as possible. And then we say, here's all of the errors, and you can handle them as you see fit.
Yeah, and then of course, because you're speaking to a SaaS API, you're expecting the SaaS API to take care of those things, right? You're like, I have this URL endpoint, and so it's up to the owner of that service that takes care of the DMS switch or the whatever they're doing to make their services HA, right? Like you don't care about it at your layer. At your layer, you're just going to request for it and expect it to be as available as possible and not incorporate any of that logic, right? At the GraphQL service. That makes sense. Yeah. Got it.
I'm going to ask like stupid questions. Like, so the problem that we're talking about is basically, I'm getting a query, and let's say that query is involving, like, let's say a couple of schemas from a couple of different teams, and then let's say one service is down or not down, but like the responses are taking a long time. So now, those requests are being held up at the gateway for a while, and then we need to start like, handling that so the gateway won't get like stuck and stuff like that. Like, is that the problem?
Yeah, something like that. Yeah, something like that. How do you deal with that? Like if it's very slow, for example.
So how is that like? Yeah. What's the difference? Let's say theoretically between that and let's say we have a REST endpoint that in the controller of that REST endpoint it calls 3 different services, and now one of those services is slow and is late to respond in response. Like, how is that different than how we would handle it in that case?
Yeah, so if you were building a REST API aggregation system, like you were building a backend for frontend, like a BFF, a REST BFF that was doing this, you would still have those same problems, right? I think Netflix had a tool called Zool back in the day. I think it's still popular, right? So that helps you build these kinds of services that do that. So Zool has ways for you to represent circuit breaking kind of logic and stuff like that, right? That's one way if you're building that BFF. Sometimes you're not even building the BFF. You're just saying, hey, we're not going to aggregate data into an endpoint. We're just going to have like some API gateway that's going to convert these microservices into different paths or different subdomains. In that case, again, the gateway handles these things, handles some of these concerns for you, right? Because it's kind of almost like it's a tool that you're using as opposed to you worrying about it, or you're using a library that has some of those concepts built in, so that you're able to set it up. But there has been tooling that's been built like that. I was wondering if that's a thing. But I think given the fact that from what I hear, it seems like largely, I think John's approach of where the service mesh or whatever that you have that is speaking to other services is taking care of some of those problems, right? So that you're not having to solve those problems in the GraphQL server. That definitely seems like an approach that's feasible. I don't know how you'd handle kind of more complex requirements in the middle there. With the Twitter stack, Sasha, with Strato, is that like a single service endpoint that you speak to for the GraphQL thing always? Like there's a strato.internal.com or something?
Yes, basically, yeah. So you just talk to Strato. It's like slightly more complicated because it's like you're talking to a specific Strato column. So it's not necessarily like just Strato itself, but yeah. And then, yeah, I don't know, like errors are propagated all through, up through GraphQL. So we get everything, but.
Yeah. Because there's been some kinds of like problems that people have talked about with, especially on the write side, where you might want to retry writes. Like it's almost as if you were, imagine that you were building a REST API that's speaking to a database. And then you have like read replicas and a master, right? Or a primary replica and read replicas. And you have to solve similar challenges, right? You have to decide that if it doesn't work off this master replica or this primary replica, I have this primary, then I have to go talk to another primary, right? Because you're like, this query failed or this write failed. So things like that often happen, and I'm wondering if the version of those problems you've seen at the GraphQL server layer as well. But clearly everything works for everybody all the time. So this is good. This is good news. Infrastructure has improved.
I think, Yuri, to your point, I think with REST client, from the client standpoint, you can get some work done if you were just using REST APIs. So, I think of the canonical kind of, I have a page loading and there's one really uncritical part of it that I don't really care about. But in GraphQL, we want everything to be in that same document. Now, this is where stream and defer certainly, I would love if we had the sort of software as a service kind of thing that Sean mentioned around analytics, to be able to automatically defer parts of the query to say, hey, this is generally slow. Your component should handle slow parts of this query. We can still send the whole document over the wire, and then on the UI, it just does the same thing that it typically does. But because we don't have that kind of support, or it's much more manual, the sort of solution space there is to split the queries, which is into two different queries, which is fine. Yeah, which is essentially deferred, but it's kind of the, I don't know, maybe it's just a change in mindset around, a GraphQL query, which you kind of assume to be all there at once, which it is. But, some of it, you really want to operate on different parts of the query at different times.
Cool. Yeah. So I think, sorry.
I was gonna say, like, I think, like, kind of, if I understood what you're saying, I kind of think about that, like, this is like another reason like nullability is kind of important, right? Because when you have nullability, right, you can kind of expect that data can arrive at different times, and it can always be null. It kind of doesn't matter as much. And then also, just to your point about like the error handling, I'll say one really nice thing about Absinthe and the Elixir implementation is essentially what it does is it runs in like phases, essentially, and you can plug into all these different phases. So you can actually plug into the pipeline and essentially after resolution get access to the error, and I just put the errors in Sentry from there.
Yeah,
got it. Yeah, or you could even customize the status code, right, and return the response.
Yeah. So
you can just be like, and then your existing gateway tooling will work, right?
That is exactly what I actually did. I had a status code just for like other people's understanding who don't use GraphQL services.
Exactly. Yeah, no, that makes a lot of sense.
So yeah, it's a really nice implementation.
I think on the nullability side, one of the other questions that I had was, have you had issues where when you are requesting, like, let's say you're making this GraphQL query, right, and you get a field, and the value, the response that you get is a null. The null can come from like multiple different reasons, right? One null can be that it's an authorization kind of error, and you don't have access to that field. That field was exposed in the schema, but shouldn't have been in the schema technically, because you're never going to get access to that field, no matter what. That could be a reason for null. It could be a null because it's an error, or it could be a null because the value is null. So these are three types of null, right? Has that been a problem, or have you had ways of thinking about that problem where you can differentiate between a null authorization, null error, and like null?
So I don't know, I can speak for us, but so last year when we were in this meeting, we learned about error handling using unions, right? So any error that we expect is part of the union, right? So there's no three types of null, there's three types of errors that we know of. So you get either a result or a no permission, or I don't know, no authenticated. Then if you get a null, it's probably an unexpected error. We get a sentry for that. We handle it.
Got it. That makes sense.
Yeah, we do exactly the same thing.
Got it. I think it's and as you've kind of tried to embed that knowledge inside the inside like the error kind of union types, right? How has that journey been over as the GraphQL schema has evolved? Has that resulted in a explosion of kind of excessive types that you have that handle errors and has that had an impact on your GraphQL schema and its usability? Have you done a mix and match? How has that been for you both at Aaron, and I guess Sasha, you've been also using this approach, I guess, at Twitter, right? What is that? How has that approach kind of panned out? What are the goods and bads as you've seen over the last year?
So I can start. We didn't have much problem because most of our errors are on the root type. We have a viewer root, and either you get a viewer or you get some error. But that's only because we don't have permissions for specific fields. So if we had like lots of different fields with different permissions, I guess it would be harder because each field would have to be a union, which makes querying a bit hard. But we're not there, so we don't have that problem.
Yeah, Sasha.
So we have basically we haven't seen like an explosion necessarily. We're only using it for very specific things right now. So mainly for like major entities, so like things like users or tweets or big types. And we kind of got around, like we'll add a lot of different types to those like for results, but we kind of handled the only thing that's changed for us is like for versioning, like if we needed to add more things to the union, and we have like really Twitter specific like use cases around this. So the union is a little different. There's like things that can like basically fail close, and you're not allowed to see this if it fails, and things that are like fail open, like you can still see it even if like there was an issue where, it should be filtered out, but it's okay if you see it anyway. So like that was like a clear distinction that we needed to make. So the union changed a little bit based on that. And then how like, deprecation or moving forward with it changed. We're just like wrapping it a little bit more. But those are the only things that have changed. But other than that, it seems fine. And like adding more types to it doesn't seem like it's been like an explosion of a bunch of things. But we also use it for specifically like large, we call them nouns, but large entities.
That makes sense. I think one of the problems that we've seen with the kind of platform-centric use case, not the client-centric use case, which is I'm building an application, so I want to fetch all the data in one shot for rendering this app effectively, but more the platform use case, which is that I want to browse APIs easily, right? For that kind of where it's just a nicer API than a REST API from a browsing point of view, right? For those, one of the ideas that we've seen that has been very successful has been this idea of kind of role-based schemas. So there is no, the GraphQL introspection result and the GraphQL schema itself is different. Certain fields are available in your introspection result and certain fields are just not there. So depending on the role that you have or the authorization that you have. And this is a lot of, this basically makes the entire GraphQL schema entirely at runtime. It's not a build time thing. It's now the entire GraphQL schema is created and delivered and processed at runtime, which is the only way that this is possible. So what you do is then you have this base GraphQL schema. And then depending on different roles, you have different subsets of the schema that you see. Or if you have multiple roles, then the schema, there is a composition that happens. But all of that happens on the fly, right? So you're able to say that I'm an admin, or I'm an internal thing, I get everything. I'm an external developer, I get a smaller API. So that way the kind of authorization that deals with whether or not you have access to certain fields is much more clean, right? You're not either seeing an error type or you're not seeing a null because it's just not there in your schema, right? You just don't have access to it. And so that's been very useful for our users, especially on the platform-centric side. But I'm wondering if that's been something that people have played around with as well. It's kind of like the multiple GraphQL endpoint idea, a different variation of that for specifically for looking at kind of authorized schemas, right? I have a word for this. Virtual authorized schemas. No, you need a VPC kind of name for this. VPS, virtual private schema. There you go. No, but has this been a thing that that you folks have seen or that seems like it might be interesting for different kinds of use cases or that kind of field authorization, the requirement of basically field level visibility from an authorization security point of view?
Yeah, I was also thinking of this not just for authorization, but I brought up that concern earlier of bringing a bunch of graphs together and making a graph that is just unwieldy for any consumer to understand or use. And I'm thinking this is very basically thought of here almost and yesterday. I'm thinking of this idea of views maybe. Offering ways to look at the graph from a view. Like you can say, I am this type of a person or I have this type of a power. And then introspection and documentation will go with the view as well to try to scope the graph to be more usable for the person that's trying to use it.
Yep, exactly. I think, I think the best kind of prior work that I've seen here is in the database world. Oracle, the mother of all databases, evil stepmother now, but mother, sorry, this is public, isn't it? No, Oracle, amazing database. It's one of the world's most advanced databases. It has this notion of what is called a virtual private database, which is this idea that you have this kind of your database schema, right? And then you, depending on the role or authorization, you can actually create a view of your entire database schema that depends on very particular kind of conditions or what fields that you have access to, right? That has been an interesting that's been some interesting prior work that has happened. That I think that's the closest I've come to seeing an example of where something like this has been done before. But it's not been and I think of course API gateways or for REST API gateways it's quite easy, right? Because it's endpoints. So if you have authorization or something, you see a finite list of endpoints, or you don't see those endpoints. I mean, it's pretty binary. You don't have it's not within that, right? So you either see some endpoints or you don't, which is kind of different GraphQL. But
I think
I
there's
think
some I remember there was some discussions around it on GraphQL JS issues or something, and then someone mentioned that in other implementations there is a concept of partial schema in introspection through some rules or something, but I don't remember. I don't know if even you remember something like that or not.
I think GraphQL Ruby has it. Maybe it's like a pro feature, or is it available in basic version? I don't know, but it's definitely have it. I think like for every field they have like a callback to check if you are allowed to see it or not. So it's not require anything from a spec. It's like implementation mostly. So yeah, I think it's like pretty popular use case to handle.
That's interesting.
Not sure if it's like should be in a best version, but either we should have it or we should support middlewares where you can do stuff like that. So yeah, but
yeah,
nothing
what,
prevents you from doing it right now. It's not like spec extension or anything.
But what would be the use case for providing partial schemas? Right? When you write the client, you have to support both, let's say, authenticated user, unauthenticated users, right? So you need to make queries on both types of schemas.
If I understand correctly, it's not the users here are not the users that use the app, but basically the app builders, right? Like basically the consumers
different
of
teams.
the API.
Yes, yeah. Exactly. Or let's say it's a GraphQL API for your partner organization, right? And you're giving them access to a part of your graph, right? It's for those kinds of, or it's a separate team entirely, right? And you don't want to give them access to the whole graph because it just doesn't make sense. They're just going to waste a lot of time understanding. If it's a single application, then it's totally fine, right? And it's then you need to have those multiple roles embedded inside. You need the schema that is defined by all the possible roles that your user can have at that moment, right? Yeah, so that's
a good example would be PayPal's merchants and PayPal's consumers. They react to PayPal data in very different ways. So having a view for just the merchant or just the consumer, or hey, I want to do a little bit of both. That kind of control is what we were looking for.
Yeah, I think I do think like I've been saying, like GraphQL Ruby, I think they handled it quite well. Like when you execute the schema, you can pass in I think acceptor only, and that's like essentially fields. So you can say like essentially like show all the fields except hide these fields, and then you pass them
right
set of filter fields. So yeah,
and that affects the introspection result as well. So if you make an introspection query, you'd get a subgraph. That's awesome. Yeah, that makes a lot. That'd be very useful to check out. Cool. So I think if we have no more kind of questions or thoughts on that topic, I'd love to kind of turn the discussion to the last topic for our session today, which is ideas for new tooling, things around kind of whether it's adoption or later on the journey or operational tooling and stuff like that, things that you're excited about, and things that you want to work on, or things that you wished existed for whatever kinds of problems that you've been facing with GraphQL, or whatever excites you about GraphQL. So if anybody would like to go first, go for it. I'm gonna close my eyes and single somebody out, and let me see. Oh, it's Uri.
I think
Uri, I guess we can kind of call it like GraphQL picks, sort of, but it can be but both things that kind of like picks, right? Like GraphQL picks, like things that you're looking at, things that you're excited about, tools that you're building, or things that you wished existed.
I think what you mentioned that you are building is something that we like also started building, and like we should definitely like have this out there, and we would love to help you with that. Like just basically having like a registry that anyone can easily set up, internal registry, and plug in whatever types of APIs and schema exists in your all your services, and then from there do whatever you want. And having the view as GraphQL is really cool, just because it's natural for a lot of people. But that thing doesn't need to be connected with how you're going to execute it, or how you're going to pick and choose,
right?
What types of services you actually want to call, and there shouldn't be anything central. Like you can have a service that reads from that registry, takes,
correct,
I don't know, addresses and introspections of 3 random services from them, then compiles an SDK for themselves for that data service, and then calls them directly.
I
think that would be really, really cool. And then all the tools that you can build on top of this thing would be amazing. And then later on, you can expose it to the public if you want.
Yeah. That sounds amazing. There's a lot of work that has happened in the OLAP space, especially with these metadata engines, right? There's I think LinkedIn released an open source project recently. It's a very different space. It's not like GraphQL has been kind of more on the OLTP side, right? Which is like online it's like transactional APIs, right? They're not like OLAP APIs, right? Mostly. And I think that side of the world has had a lot of tooling on these kind of like metadata stores, right? Which is basically like advanced documentation, especially in the data warehouse and Snowflake and those kinds of things. Right? There's been a tremendous amount of work there. So there's a good amount of prior work there to sample from. Would anybody else like to share their picks? Sean?
Yeah, I mean, I have a long laundry list of stuff I'd like other people to build for me. If
Go for it. Just
no. So I think so we need to get the schema builder out. So like I said, I think that the way that we build GraphQL schemas is probably too low level right now. Working at the individual resolver level and actually having a better tool to visualize a schema, but also then to quickly stitch things together, build them out. So for us, that's Lathe. But I think just in general, the GraphQL ecosystem is probably suffering to some degree because designing GraphQL APIs is right now like quite an expert thing, and it probably shouldn't be. Like you need now both domain expertise in your API and also like a lot of patience to build out a GraphQL server. So that would be one. Yeah, better tooling to get started. So I think that a lot of the GraphQL tooling ends up either focusing on the extreme expert or the extreme beginner. And there's like a lot of gaps in individual pieces. A lot of stuff around persisted queries. I think persisted queries are probably highly underrated. Like what they allow you to do both as an API provider and as a consumer. And it handles a lot of the cases around error handling, deprecation, migration, the stuff that we've talked about
caching
today.
Also to a degree. Syrian.
Yeah, it's fantastic for all sorts of things, permissions. But building that out as a server provider and consuming that's both like a lot of work. It's all bespoke work currently. I'm kind of curious how I know TweetTech is exclusively persisted queries, but I assume that has all been built out custom by them as well. Lots and lots of things I'd like to see built.
Sasha, on that notion of because you got a prompt into that with TweetDeck. So any picks from you?
I mean, these are all kind of cop-outs, but I've sort of like wandered into the persisted queries thing because there's other folks at Twitter. So we used persisted queries for like the main Twitter clients. So like, all the like iOS, Android, and our web all for like twitter.com or whatever. We use persisted queries for everything, but there are other folks who want to use things internally, like specifically internally. So it wouldn't be, no one from the public would be able to access it. And I was looking at the persisted queries and it doesn't seem like anyone supports that. Even Apollo, you can like, I think you can install like an NPM like library, and it kind of like sort of, so there's not, it was really surprising to me that there wasn't like I don't know, like a basic way to do that, or, like a canonical way to do that. So that was surprising. So that, and then this is the other cop out is I really do want that like connection between like GraphQL and REST for errors that get propagated to like your front ends. That just is like, that's like basically what like we've been working on at Twitter on my team. And that's just been like a huge pain. So it's just been, it'd be cool if someone could like think about that more or something. those are like my main things, I suppose.
That's awesome. Thank you, Sasha. Connor, do you have any picks?
Yeah, so I think like trying to debug like the individual user experience is something I've kind of been looking at and working on. So I mean, especially since like our API is relatively small, so we're not dealing with too much data. Like it's internal, most of the projects I'm working on. So we've been like, I've been experimenting with like essentially storing data with their query from sessions. And then like if a user reports an error, we essentially then persist that session to like a just JSON in Amazon. And then I can go back and play back against that, essentially using the data that matches the query as the data source, and then kind of play through it till they get to the error. So that's something I'm currently kind of working on. So it's something I both want if someone else builds it better, but otherwise I will continue to use my kind of whack version. But yeah, so we'll only persist it right now if like a user will report an error. But theoretically, we're thinking about just persisting them all for like some amount of time before evicting them.
That sounds it's kind of like an advanced query capture, live traffic capture persistent thing, right?
Yeah, and I basically built like at least in like, so I'm building it so like essentially you can attach it to an app, right? And then like so the app would then like be basically triggered to use like this kind of JSON data source built that is built in and just kind of run. It's kind of almost like an automatic timeline kind of thing, so you can see where the user gets the error.
Got it. No, that makes sense. That sounds pretty cool. Aaron, would you like to share your picks?
Me? So
Yep.
mostly around helping the team deploy faster APIs. So right now we use the GraphQL inspector tool to make sure there's no breaking changes. Since we're not using GraphQL JS, we're on Python, we can't, it's hard for us to use the ESLint, but we'd really like if we can extract the lint rules into its own CLI so we can run it on our own schemas that we generate and define our own custom rules, which is exactly what John mentioned earlier. It's good to have conventions and make sure everyone follows them. It makes development faster and, makes reviews easier. So I would love to see that. And more APM tools. So we're using Elasticsearch. They recently added Graphene support. Graphene is the Python GraphQL library. And it's really nice. We're using it a lot to monitor and to see performance improvement that we make. So yeah, we'd love to see more from that.
That's awesome. Ivan?
Yeah, actually, note on previous discussion about GraphQL in Python. So there is a guy, I don't remember his name, but his GitHub nick is Sito, and
yes.
his maintainer, yeah. So he
GraphQL Core.
Yeah, GraphQL Core. So what he do for every commit into GraphQL JS, he rewrites the same commit in Python. So in GraphQL JS, and it's about tooling. In GraphQL JS, I think it was one of the main point of my talk. It's like hundreds of APIs, and some of them are not related to spec in any way, shape, or form. So, for example, there is a API called find deprecated usages. And you pass IC there, and it's find and schema, and it's return you a list of deprecated usages. So GraphQL JS, and because it's like mirrored in Python by this guy Sito, so it's like it means you can use the same function, and there is like find breaking changes and others. So basically, if you see to build on GraphQL JS, and if it's small, you can basically rewrite in Python.
Yeah, of course, but I don't want to rewrite every tool in Python just because.
And we have some about validation, schema validation. We have some basic rules that written inside the specification inside GraphQL.js. So it's already in Python. It's not opinionated rules as Uri explained, but it's like basic validation rules. So just like you're missing CLI, or like you can write your own small script. About tools that I'm personally, I have a cool situation where I don't work on GraphQL API. So I don't have real life problems. I don't implement GraphQL APIs and I don't use GraphQL APIs. One time I used like GitHub GraphQL API for generating changelog at only one occasion. So for me, interesting tool would be if somebody build operation system as GraphQL API. So like ability to get simple CPU temperature or how much free disk space I have, or change a configuration inside the registry through mutation, because there is a bunch of CLI tools and I always forget how to do that. And it's even harder to use programmatically through shell scripts. So like if somebody like
I'm sure you've seen the I think it's a Facebook open source project that has a SQL API for your operating system metrics. Have you seen it?
Yeah, it's a Facebook.
Yeah, I didn't saw it, but I don't SQL fan. I think like GraphQL already have a better tooling. So
no, of course, I know, but I mean, like it could be you could fork off that quite easily.
Yeah.
What is the name of the project? Do you remember the name?
I don't know, but
OS query. Yeah.
Yeah, something like that, and as GraphQL would be helpful, and it's expand GraphQL reach into IT administrator. It's not only like front-end developer.
Yeah, that's to get that in.
But and DevOps even.
That's awesome. That's super cool. I think Joey. I was saving you for last because I was like, yes, there's going to be a lot of stuff.
Yeah.
Oh, wait, John,
we're still kind of evaluating all of the paths we can take. So yeah, everything is my pick right now. But I most recently I've been excited about that schema design review process and making it really nice for the visualization and running their schema through some rules and having it light up and being able to communicate very clearly with them. Like, this is how you should fix your API. And if they can do it automatically, very beginning of their dev lifecycle, would be great.
That sounds awesome. John?
Yeah, I think there's a lot of good picks. I think there's so much room for software in this space. I think, to Joey's point, schema review is a really big piece. For these big organizations and enterprises, it's really, really critical to be able to have easy to use tooling around that. I think some of the tooling, particularly around metrics, I think tend to be reactive rather than proactive. For example, query complexity is an easy way to say, hey, this is potentially going to be long, but I kind of want it weighted by how long it's actually going to take in the real world, because even if something isn't a complex query, it could be very expensive or very slow. So I think it would be nice to have something that does that. I was thinking something like along the lines of like Lighthouse for GraphQL, where you have certain patterns that are going to happen, and making sure that you can exhaustively check the GraphQL schema to proactively figure out whether or not it's going to be slow. I know this exists already. There's a load tester GraphQL thing that does this, but having it be a service or something like that seems reasonable, especially when you're growing your graph. I think the last thing that would be really valuable is a much stronger set of tools around schema evolution beyond just schema review. I'm kind of thinking like, take your current schema, take the schema that you really want, and then basically outline, here are the 5 things that need to happen for you to get from one place to the next. You have to deprecate XYZ now. You can rename this thing. You can add this one field over here, blah, blah, blah. And I think that's pretty easy. And again, something that everyone has to deal with at some point or the other.
Yep, that makes a lot of sense. Yeah, I think Tyler, any picks for us?
Yeah, so I'll chime in so Sean, yeah, definitely. Anytime someone mentions something, I wonder when it's going to show up on a Hasura roadmap, because Tanmai, and then he'll give it a name. And as we called out, names and Tanmai sometimes. No, for me, so
the worst.
You know, I have kind of a biased point of view given where I work and where I was before this as well. But for me, the things I'm most excited about are defer and stream, because they came up all the time in context of folk who provide GraphQL access to databases, and then our customers were wanting to build stuff. And those were two usages that like came up in a lot of conversations. So I'm super stoked on the update we got about that today. Other than that, like I look after community at Hasura. So I'm keenly interested in the things you were talking about earlier, Uri, about sort of the wealth of tools that have become a bit abandoned, and it's unclear where to start for folk who are just getting into this for the first time. And clarity around the growth of the community in GraphQL more broadly, I think, is what I'm interested to track over the next however many months before we all get together again and chat.
Yeah, I think that'll be interesting. And I think especially over the last few months, Ivan, of course, has been working at the foundation, but Uri and the guild have been doing a lot of spectacular work in helping bring some of that together. So I think it'll be exciting to kind of pitch in with help Uri and co-out. So I think that'll be amazing. All right, folks, I've been taking notes, which I shall share. But that is it for our long session today. Thank you so much for spending time. Hope this was useful to you all. If anybody has any last minute questions or things to add, please feel free to go ahead. And otherwise, see you next year, when hopefully we can have collective amnesia about what happened, whether 2020 existed. Maybe we can just start like this thing to just relabel 2021 as 2020, right? It's like this never happened. It was just, it's fine. 2021 is new now. So but see you folks soon. Have a good end of the year, and excited to we'll send out a email connecting you folks on and sharing each other's Twitter handles and stuff like that, so that if you want to reach out to each other, you folks can. But otherwise, thanks so much for being here. And Tracy, if you'd like to wind things up.
Yeah, no, just thank you again, and glad that all our the Zoom bombing stopped shortly thereafter. So thanks for dealing with that as well. And I love to see the GraphQL community growing. Like, it's just been so crazy. Like, if you guys look back a year ago, like, I feel like everybody was just like, where are things going? The foundation is starting. And all of a sudden now everything is just really coming to fruition. So it's really exciting to see. This will also be, if this is being recorded on YouTube, so feel free to share the link as well for those folks. And, everybody here is also mostly on Twitter. So for those of you listening, if you want to continue the conversation, feel free to chat with folks on Twitter. And thanks again for joining us.
Thanks for having us.
Yes, see you all very soon.
Bye, everybody.
Thank
See you soon.
Stay healthy.
Bye.